Chapter 1. The firewood crackled soothingly, the gusting wind whipping the flames into a merry dance. It would have been a peaceful scene, one to relish and relax to, were it not for one small detail. This was an execution, and the executioners were about to burn a man alive. Me, that is. A panel of 12 high inquisitors had gathered to see the sentence carried out. Half of them were praying for me, while the other half cursed me. The foolishness of it all made me chuckle. They were like a gaggle of stooges getting in each other's way. Neither their prayers nor their curses would do them any good in the end. Yet that didn't keep the judges' expressions from radiating triumph and arrogance. They were convinced that they had defeated me at last. They were far from right about that, though why bother telling them? I let them believe as they wished. I neither resisted when they inscribed seals on my body to restrain my powers, nor when they'd condemned me and pronounced my sentence. I always knew that it would end like this, and I had made my preparations. Even if blood magic was unavailable to me at the moment, I still had some power left. The first thing I did was desensitize my nerve endings so my body wouldn't feel the flames blaze. That way, my mind could remain sharp. I had activated blood beacons across a dozen of the nearest planes to draw my soul. I was curious to see if my escape would work. No one had ever attempted such complex blood magic before. But long ago, an oracle had issued a prophecy, and I believed it would now come true. "I wonder," I said to my executioners, "are you overconfident or just plain stupid? Do you think my death will ensure your own safety?" Some of the judges stuttered in their chants, while others gritted their teeth in anger. They didn't like that I wasn't begging for mercy or screaming in agony. "No, don't stop on my account. Keep going. The longer I burn, the weaker grow the seals upon the nether plane." Ah, there, a few more of them went silent at my words. "But my seals on the nether plane are the least of your worries, right? You've never cared about anyone but yourselves. So once my soul leaves this mortal body, you're all in for a real treat. A death curse from a blood mage will be just a little memento to remember me by." I mocked them without revealing all my cards. It was delightful to see the fear, to revel in the confusion and doubt on my enemies' faces. They could all screw themselves. There'd be no happy endings for them after their treachery. Don't believe me? A wicked grin spread across my face. You should. Suddenly, the menial stoking the flames closest to me began shaking. The capillaries in his head began to burst, and blood began streaming from every orifice. "Ah!" he screamed, collapsing. "Do you believe me now?" I cackled maniacally. "All of you are already doomed." I watched their faces twist in horror, a magnificent sight. The fire had consumed the lower half of my body, but I still wasn't dying. I couldn't feel the pull of the beacons, as if the planes available for my soul had suddenly flickered out of existence. Time was running out. The judges' heads were swelling, blood filling them like overripe plums. Any second now, they would start popping. It was a shame to die, of course, but at least I'd get a lovely fireworks display on my way out. The seal on my left hand holding my powers back began to smolder with black fire. It was gathering the last dregs of my gift, ripping it painfully from my very soul. Through my agony, I heard an unfamiliar voice. "Do you want to live?" it said. "I do!" I wasn't sure whether the voice was a hallucination of my fading mind or a whisper of hope from another plane. "Then you owe me, and don't you forget it." At those words, the world went dark. "Come on out, comer-in. Come on out, you little brat." A nasty little voice sounded from somewhere nearby. "Your mosquito god won't save you now. I'll end you quickly, in the name of the rat." What is this nonsense? They couldn't even burn me properly, and now they have the gall to berate me? Ugh! Memories of the fire, the inquisitors, and the 12 failed blood beacons came flooding back amid the pounding in my head. Yet it seemed I had survived somehow. "Come in," the voice echoed across the marshes. "Come out and die like a man. It's all you have left." The marshes, indeed. It was damp here, the muck squishing underfoot with every step, an omnipresent buzz of insects, moss-covered trunks, mud and turgid water all around. Not that I was complaining. My ass still smarted from the ring of fire, and the damp landscape before me now seemed as welcoming as home. Hell, I'd be happy to ribbit like a frog if it meant I could stay here. The only trouble was that something told me that this murderous voice was intent on killing me. Dying twice in one day? Even I didn't deserve that. My body finally regained sensation, and for the first time in 5 years, I felt my blood powers, albeit weakly. I looked at my left hand, where that cursed seal still smoldered with black fire, and started in shock. My hand was thin, delicate. Blood save me! Was it a girl's hand? Oh, that would be a hilarious turn of events. To verify, I reached down with my other hand. But no, I was still a man, albeit not fully grown yet, but that was only a matter of time. Next, barely holding back my excitement, I reached out to my blood sense. It responded immediately like a cheap floozy seeing a shiny coin. My senses sharpened. I felt faint heartbeats on the edge of my consciousness. One of my pursuers was about 30 meters away. Another was circling around, 60 meters out. But this was a nice surprise. I sensed blood nearby, fading, erasing a life. Thick and viscous, it begged to be tasted, to share its final memory. Looking about, I quickly found the man in a long black cloak, dying among the ferns. I couldn't resist the pleasure of sampling the blood from the assassin's gurgling throat. As soon as I did so, the last half hour of his life flashed before my eyes. It wasn't much, but it was a start. He was part of a squad hunting a boy, deathly pale and red-eyed, thin as a reed and stubborn. After all, who would flee into a swamp to escape his killers? Still, the kid wasn't entirely hopeless. He did manage to conjure a small summoning circle and even slit his killer's throat to power it. Though he got a dirk in his liver for his trouble, but that was a minor detail now. His blood seemed to have held enough magical affinity to summon help, or perhaps the local deity had intervened. One of my pursuer's voices echoed nearby, interrupting my thoughts. I pulled the dirk out of my abdomen and slipped quietly into the swamp water, using a reed to breathe through. I was just in time. The assassin found his companion's body and bent over to check if he was still alive. Couldn't have asked for a better moment. I surfaced, and my dirk sliced through his Achilles tendon like paper, tasting fresh blood. The man collapsed like a felled tree. There's no running away with that kind of wound. Not that there'd be any point in running. He'd just die tired. My next strike drove the dirk into his gut. The hunter-turned prey squealed like a pig in a slaughterhouse. Time to end it. I cut his throat and carved open his chest to get to his heart before his soul could leave his body. Silently thanking whoever had summoned me to this place, I sliced into the heart. "Accept this humble offering," I muttered. "A hunter who raised his hand against your follower." A warm breeze of grace came by way of reply from the local deity. Sampling this one's blood left me a bit disappointed. He was just another hired cutthroat, but at least he had something to tell me. The hit squad were hunting a certain Mikhail Yurievich Komarin, the sole remaining heir of the maybe not ancient, but nonetheless aristocratic Komarin family. The family had earned its status and title a few centuries ago for its loyal service to the emperor. For 3 generations, the family had distinguished itself in the espionage business. But in recent years, they had fallen out of favor, retreated to their family estate in the swamps of the Novgorod region, and kept as low a profile as they could manage. That hadn't saved them, however. One by one, over the course of a decade, Mikhail's grandfather, father, mother, and a couple of uncles died under mysterious, sometimes violent circumstances. And now, on the day when the last heir of the Komarin bloodline came of age, the hunters had come for young Misha. But I was distracted. What about the third assassin? The third one wasn't so simple. He was hopping around the swamp chaotically, like a frog, appearing in one place, then vanishing and reappearing in another. This wasn't a good sign. It seemed that his locations were forming one large summoning circle. If only I had a drop of his blood to work with. "Ask and you shall receive," a deep, self-important voice sounded in my head. Splud! The local deity had shown up to the party after all. A mosquito began buzzing near my ear, its high-pitched whine grating on my nerves. I swatted at it absent-mindedly, though generally I left such bloodsuckers alone, having been one myself in my previous life. "Nice try, but she didn't come to feast on you," the local patron deity spoke again. "She's brought you a drop of blood, as you requested." "Well, aren't you helpful?" I smiled, extending the back of my hand. The mosquito landed for just a second before flying away, leaving behind a drop of blood that was instantly absorbed into my skin. Blood to blood. The gift gave me at least some information. Curious. My last pursuer was gifted like me, also dabbling in blood magic, though he mostly dealt in curses. His abilities were about as strong as a village healer's, but he made up for it with his zeal. He was currently conjuring a curse over this poor swamp. But for what? To end the local lineage? To curse these lands? Only to later buy them up for a pittance along with the noble title they conferred? A nice little scam, but a mosquito's proboscis would save my lands from this villain. He was just about to start powering the curse's mana contours, and I was happy to help. Focusing on my opponent's blood, I slipped into his consciousness. The connection was weak, superficial due to the holy seal on my hand, but there was no time for regrets. I focused on the task at hand. Oh, but how shaky he was, his hands all trembling. Who tries to conjure curses with this kind of tremor? Why, he could die, and in this case, he absolutely should. One wrong move, and thanks to my efforts, the curse's contour shifted, and the mana powering the curse began to flow from its caster, instead of the mysterious nearby mana pool he'd meant to use. It didn't take long. In a matter of minutes, the caster's body had shriveled and desiccated into a mummy. Scanning the area again with my blood sense, I detected no more heartbeats. The time had come to talk. Experience told me that soul transfers between planes didn't happen by random chance. They happened when some divine being was really in a tight spot. Now I just needed to figure out who I owed for this second chance that had been given me. I might be a blood mage, dark spawn, blah, blah, blah. But blood isn't a tool that any amoral bastard can use. The blood code wouldn't forgive such things. So I needed to find out the terms of the deal and start negotiating. "Very perceptive," replied the voice in my head. "Whom do I have the honor of speaking with?" I decided to be polite. After all, it was a deity who had saved me from the pyre and subdued my seal. "I am called Hades," the voice responded, now businesslike, "the mosquito god of this world. For the last 300 years, I have watched over the Comarin family, who are now being hunted by certain individuals. And you?" "Sorry, but didn't you check who you were saving from the fire before transporting me to your plane?" I asked, genuinely surprised. "It didn't matter to me who you were or what your name was. What mattered was that you had the right abilities, principles, and brains for the job. I didn't have time to deal with the rest. Mikhail was about to die." I liked Hades' straightforwardness. No pomp, just direct and to the point. Working with someone like this could be enjoyable. "Are the certain individuals you mentioned entangled in human disputes or divine ones?" I asked, trying to gauge the size of the mess I'd ended up in. Whatever it was, I guess it was better than being roasted to a crisp on a pyre. "I thought it was a human matter at first, but considering they've wiped out 2 of my noble lines in the last 700 years, I'm not so sure anymore," Hades replied pensively. Indeed, 2 extinguished families was not a good record for a god. It was easy to imagine that with a record like that, no family would want to be under this deity's protection. In the divine circles, this would entail a blow to his reputation and leave him faithless and powerless in the long run. I understood his motives well enough. I'd gone through something similar myself. Now it was clear why Hades had pulled over my soul from the other plane. He needed not only my skills, but also my experience. Well, looks like we'll be fighting together from here on out. "What do you need from me?" "Nothing too crazy, really. Just live and enjoy your life. Have as many kids as you can to continue the lineage and replenish my followers. You know how it works. The more believers I have, the stronger I get," Hades explained. "And the stronger I am, the more perks you'll get from my protection." "Sounds good to me," I replied. Then I held up my hand. "What about this seal? It's, really cramping my style." "That's easy. The faster you get me more believers, the faster I'll gain enough strength to dispel that seal. At the moment, I can only weaken its effects. By the way, whose toes did you step on in your former plane to not only get sealed up like this, but to have them pursuing you across the plane boundaries?" my patron asked, curiosity in his voice. "Oh, basically everyone's toes all at once," I grimaced, recalling the last few years of my life. "There aren't any light-worshipping zealots around here, perchance?" "Oh, what a distasteful thing to suggest," Hades started at my question. "No, we don't have darkness and light in this plane. We're all totems here, patron deities of families that we protect. Cross one of them, and they'll hunt you down just as mercilessly as those holy zealots who are after you. So try to keep your head down for a while, and avoid stepping on any toes. I expended a lot of my power to get you here, and then I expended some more to mask your seal, so I've got nothing left to cover you with." I took his warning to heart. I didn't plan on stirring up a hornet's nest in my new plane. I'd need to figure out the lay of the land here first. "Can I summon a mosquito whenever I want?" I asked, intrigued by a skill that seemed pretty useful to a blood mage. The possibilities were exhilarating. "Oh, that? Sure, no problem. You won't be able to manifest a mosquito, but the nearest ones will always respond to your summons, just like they do for me," Hades replied. "I've got to go now. You can get the ring from your granny." "My granny? I thought little Misha here was an orphan." "Misha's not the orphan. You are. And you'd better get used to it," Hades corrected me. "As for your granny," his voice filled with admiration, "well, if she were 50 years younger, I'd court her myself.
You'll like her. You won't find a bloodsucker like her anywhere else." The feeling of the divine presence faded from my mind. I salvaged what I could from the memories of the assassins and then set off to celebrate my new birthday. It was nice to sense that the blood magic was working, and Misha's memories were gradually merging with mine. Bless that 80s. The new knowledge wasn't overwhelming, coming gradually in manageable doses. If I focused on a question, the answer, if there was one, would eventually pop up in my memory as if my own. Well, what could I say? My new estate, Marevo, was impressive indeed. It wasn't the country cottage with carved shutters I had imagined, but a regular keep with thick walls, corner towers, and embrasures for archers. The whole edifice was surrounded by a stockade and a moat of brackish water, possibly fed by the swamp or some nearby stream. The surprises started as soon as I reached the drawbridge over the moat. Here I encountered 2 desiccated, bloodless corpses in long black cloaks. Their tongues had been ripped out and their eyes gouged. I didn't feel sorry for them, however. The guys who'd tried to drown me in the swamp had worn cloaks just like these, and that meant that these 2 had met a fitting end. As I moved forward, the number of bodies increased. Climbing the porch steps, I already knew what to expect. Walking through the hall into one of the smaller sitting rooms, I met the author of all this carnage. A young blonde beauty in a crimson-black dress was lounging by the fireplace, finishing her meal with an air of majesty. The black-cloaked assassin in her grasp wasn't even struggling anymore, just quietly moaning as bloodied tears streamed down his face. "So this is Mikhail's granny, huh?" I thought, enchanted. She was gorgeous, absolutely stunning. It wasn't hard to figure out that this was the last surviving matron of the Komarin line, not with 3 portraits of her hanging over the fireplace. One of her as a young maiden, looking just as she did now, another of a luscious beauty who knew her worth, and the last of a deadly, mature aristocrat whose gaze would have made the inquisitors from my former life start crossing themselves. And 80s was right. She really was quite the bloodsucker. She had drained over a dozen assassins in one go, and that was no small feat. She wasn't sipping a drop at a time like a mosquito, after all. It seemed clear to me that Nan hadn't fed in a while, and the present feast had wound back the clock on her physical appearance by many decades. "Bon appétit, Agatha Petrovna," I offered, with the politeness her age and station merited, though frankly, I wouldn't have minded being polite to her somewhere in the bedroom on silk sheets. After all, she wasn't my real grandmother, just adopted. She looked up at me and, with a dainty gesture, wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth before licking her lips in an incredibly seductive way. "And good health to you, my dear grandson," she giggled, almost drunkenly. "What's brought you to possess our little Misha?" I raised an eyebrow in silent curiosity, wishing to hear her guess first. "No need to be coy. I felt the soul of the last heir of the Komarin bloodline depart this plane, and that means our patron deity managed to swap someone new in at the last moment," Agatha Petrovna said, looking at her barely living meal with revulsion before snapping his neck with a gentle flick of her wrist. Her next movement was one I sensed rather than saw. In less than a heartbeat, the vampire appeared before me, bearing her extended fangs in a predatory grin. But by then, my dirk was already pressed to her throat, suggesting we exchange pleasantries in a more cordial way. Agatha was slightly shorter than me, so I had to make a conscious effort to meet her gaze and not get distracted by her nubile, pointed breasts. "You are to give me a ring," I said with a charming smile.
Maybe you're not useless after all, Agatha muttered to herself, reaching boldly into her cleavage and pulling out an ancient adamantine signet ring with a mosquito engraved on it. Misha would have soiled himself from fear by now. No need to be insulting. I shook my head, defending my body's previous owner. He did manage to perform a minor summoning, and even sent his killer to the afterlife in the process. It didn't do him any good, Agatha said, stepping back and twirling the family ring around her finger. I'll have to keep an eye on you. You need to go to the academy in the nether plane, while I stir things up here a bit. I'm afraid that's not happening. I recalled Aidi's warning about the zealots scouring the nether plane for my long-suffering soul. The nether plane is off limits to me at the moment. Agatha raised an eyebrow in surprise, as if perceiving who I really was for the first time, and then lunged into battle. Her claws lengthened, flashing dangerously close to my throat. Parrying her strikes as best I could, I noticed she wasn't fighting at full strength, holding back deliberately. Our sparring session lasted less than 5 minutes, but drained every bit of stamina from my new body. Even with my dueling experience helping me anticipate her attacks, I couldn't always react in time. In short, I was weak. Nan stopped fighting as suddenly as she had started. Fine, since you can't go to the nether plane, I'll send you to the mosquitoes instead, she said, spinning the ring around her manicured finger. You'll get this in 3 months, if you're still alive then, that is. Her suggestive, malicious smile gave me a bad feeling. Who were the mosquitoes? A private school, founded by your great-grandfather, far from prying eyes and beyond the reach of the imperial law enforcement agencies, Agatha replied, with a warmth and nostalgia that caught me off guard. Its graduates are trained to be highly sought-after specialists in certain exclusive circles. Our services are obscenely expensive. A cult? An assassin's guild? Out loud, I asked something else entirely. Aren't you supposed to be preserving the family line? Isn't that your goal? If you become one of the mosquito's graduates, your and our family's odds of survival will increase significantly. The ring would be a hindrance there. The school enforces total anonymity among its pupils, as well as an utter absence of connections to their patron deities. I pretended to think it over, though a lack of connection to Hades didn't scare me. My own experience and blood powers would be more than enough, and I could use the time to bulk up physically. Suddenly, I noticed Agatha's expression change. She hastily pulled another ring with a black stone from her finger and tossed it to me. As I caught it instinctively, a multicolored portal bloomed into existence before me. "Tell them Agatha sent you," I heard Nan say, as she practically hurled me into the portal. She began to say something else, but a deafening explosion drowned out her words. As the shockwave rushed in our direction, the portal's vortex snapped shut behind me. Chapter 2. Cobblestones met me as I tumbled out of the portal and crumpled into a roll to soften my fall. In the next instant, an axe blade came down right next to my head, striking a sheet of sparks from the stone floor. What the? Scrabbling, I rolled away again as the axe blade came down once more on the spot where I'd been. A battle was raging all around me. 4 warriors were being pressed into an ever tighter circle, each one facing 2 or 3 opponents at once. The portal had disgorged me right in the middle of this melee. I didn't even have time to stand up, having to keep rolling and tumbling around like a crazed squirrel over the blood-stained stones. Blood, eh? That's good, though. Fresh blood, not yet clotted. As I rolled, my skin absorbed the substances of other lives, weaving them into an intoxicating cocktail of excitement, adrenaline, despair, desire, and even lust, overwhelming my self-control in the process. Red fog blanketed my vision as the bloodlust set in, completely shutting off my mind and leaving me at the mercy of my raw reflexes. When I came to, I found myself resting on a wooden bunk, battered and bruised. The grim stone walls, the lack of windows, and the crude latrine in the corner suggested I was in a solitary cell rather than a healer's tent. The crimson fog obscured my short-term memory. Not a good sign. The last time I'd lost control like this was in my youth, back when I couldn't keep others' blood separate from my own. Could it be that one of the combatants had bloodlust in his blood? Was that what had overwhelmed me so completely? At least Misha's body was still weak, or I might have done some real damage to those around me. My vision was still blurry, but at least this place didn't look like a torture chamber. There was, however, a bald man sitting across from me in a black military uniform without any insignia on it, his image doubling and merging back into itself constantly. His face was utterly forgettable, the kind you'd never remember even if you saw it multiple times a day. The only noticeable feature to him was a strange tattoo on his neck, partially hidden by his uniform. "Well, well, welcome back, you little wiggler," he hissed in a flat voice. "Who sent you?" A good question. Judging by Agatha's warning, it wasn't a good idea to throw about any family names around here. So I had only one option. "Agatha sent me," I said, slipping the black stone ring off my pinky finger and holding it out to him. The tattooed man took the ring and turned it over thoughtfully in his hand. No sigil, no divine symbol, just an ordinary, unremarkable woman's ring. "Why didn't she bring you herself?" "She said she was going to stir things up a bit back home," I quoted Mikhail's grandma verbatim, hoping the explosion at the last minute hadn't been her popping after her bloody glut. Adopted or not, she was still family. She promised to come to my graduation. "A bold statement," came the whispered reply. "What were you on during that fight?" "I was dazed, that's all," I replied honestly. "Some imbecile almost cleft my head from my body several times, and my vision went red. That's all I remember." That was the truth, although as ever, the devil was in the details. The bald man stared at me intensely for a minute, but didn't press further. "All right, get dressed," he said, tossing me a heavy paper bag. Inside I found a full set of clothes, including underwear, field gear, a belt, gloves, and a scarf. A pair of high-laced boots was waiting by the bed. "You'll spend the rest of tonight in the barracks, and tomorrow we'll see what you're made of in the field." I didn't need to be asked twice. Covered with nothing but a thin sheet, I was already freezing, so I got dressed in record time, only struggling with my bootlaces. The bald man smirked to himself, observing me from the corner of his eye. I could hardly believe at how quickly Misha's body took to the unfamiliar clothes. We were about to leave when the bald man suddenly turned and demanded, "Show me your left wrist." I didn't resist and complied obediently, feeling a thin chain snap around my wrist. "Never take it off. It alters your appearance." "Do the others have these too?" I asked, examining the bluish artifact. "Yes. Anonymity is one of our school's core principles. You're lucky you were covered in blood during the battle and no one got a good look at your face." I didn't ask any further questions. We left the cellar, which I guessed served as a holding cell, and barely paid attention as we made our way to the barracks. My exhaustion and numerous injuries were taking their toll. The brawl had been a free-for-all, every man for himself, and I had gotten cut up pretty badly. However, thanks to the adrenaline and the blood I'd absorbed, the worst of the wounds had already healed over with scabs. The rest were bearable, mere flesh wounds. Thankfully, the locals hadn't skimped on bandages either, making sure I wouldn't give up my ghost to Aedes prematurely. It was the dead of night outside. Our footsteps crunched on the gravel. The wind carried the scent of pine and resin. Occasionally, the ancient trees creaked, blending with the croaking frogs in the nearby swamp. The forest was old and mighty. Although Mikhail's memories contained some knowledge of this place, I couldn't access them fully just yet. We arrived at the barracks, a low stone building with a tiled roof. Inside it was surprisingly cool, not as cold as outside, but enough to make me rethink taking my clothes off. The dim light from the ceiling lamps revealed rows of bunks along the walls, in which the local cadets were deep in slumber. Some snored, others groaned quietly in pain. It seemed treatment wasn't a priority here, though Mikhail's memories did flicker, with recollections of miracle elixirs and healing mages who could pull someone back from death's door. Apparently, I'd been lucky. If I hadn't healed myself, no one else would have. But that was the nice thing about blood magic. It was incredibly versatile, and I'd never traded for elemental magic. The bald man gestured to the nearest empty bunk by the entrance. "Settle in. Reveille is at dawn," he said, and as he left, I barely caught his parting words. "Try and survive your injuries until then." I took his warning seriously and spent the next 4 hours before dawn wide awake. I was feeling decent after my blood-fueled blackout, but I couldn't say the same for my bunkmate. The girl next to me was shivering so badly her teeth rattled loud enough to shame a woodpecker. It was hard to ignore the noise. I had planned to spend those 4 hours productively, sifting through Mikhail's memories. Since I was already fully dressed, my decision to share my blanket with her was spontaneous. As I covered the girl, she curled up in a ball, and I noted her fragile frame and blonde hair sticking out from under her blanket. Then I felt something else, a sense of recognition, a vague echo of intuition. Hawthorn, a healing herb for treating wounds. A glance into Mikhail's memories explained what hawthorn had to do with the girl. It turned out the gods in this plane weren't just animals, birds, or insects like Aedes. They could also be plants. Families with plant deities were usually weaker and served as vassals to the stronger clans. My bunkmate came from one such family. The holy hawthorn shrub was their patron deity. I probably recognized her blood signature from what I'd absorbed during the fight. Interesting. My powers seemed to have gained new capabilities in this plane. Now it looked like I could remember anyone whose blood I had absorbed and identify their patron deity. If I could detect their powers, too, that would be perfect. But even without that, I couldn't complain. Reaching out with my blood sense, I swept it across the barracks, searching for those whose blood I had already tasted. The result was unexpected. Out of the 24 cadets, I recognized 12 from the first battle. So much for anonymity. There were all kinds of patron deities here: birds, fish, flowers, and trees. There were even a couple of unclaimed, or rather godless and totemless individuals. Dark horses, so to speak, with no patrons, all on their own. It seemed that by sending me to the mosquitoes, Agatha had tossed me into a nest of aristocratic offspring. It was like a jar full of scorpions where only the strongest would survive. And it wasn't just men. There were 3 girls here too: Hawthorn, Burdock, and Frog. Though how they ended up here remained a mystery. I also noted another cadet for future reference. He had bear as his totem, and it was his blood, with its hint of bloodlust, that had shattered all my flimsy barriers. At the moment, his snoring was like a war horn trumpeting through the barracks void. I couldn't identify the other 8 cadets. Meanwhile, the girl next to me had stopped shivering and slipped deeper into sleep, and I turned my attention to Mikhail's memories, searching for more information about this place. His family never talked much about it, but Mikhail knew a few things. For example, this private school had once been a training ground for spies. The main focus of the mosquitoes had been espionage and undercover operations, not combat. But after the death of the last career military officer in the family, the school had become something like a boarding house for the rich, where privileged children were trained by absurdly expensive and highly specialized tutors.
Incidentally, Agatha Petrovna had been one such specialist, training Mikhail personally and drilling into him the principles of blood magic, ritualism, and even sacrifice. Mikhail could never understand why he was subjected to such torment when all he ever wanted was to become a seal scribe. In a way, I felt for him. The heir of the Komarin lineage barely had any aptitude for blood magic, but he was a natural when it came to the art of creating and applying magical seals. And yet, for the sake of his family's survival, he had diligently studied Agatha's teachings, despite barely managing to apply most of what he learned. I delved eagerly into Misha's memories, trying to assess Agatha's level of arcane skill. It appeared that my new nun would rank among the top 50 blood mages back in my plane, yet she was still far from being the first among equals. Overall, the situation suited me perfectly. My pursuers from my former plane had been thrown off my trail. I had time to adjust to this new plane, and all that remained was to take everything these mosquitoes could offer and figure out how to increase the number of Aed's followers. I had to remove this damned holy seal from my hand as soon as possible. Having to operate through direct contact with blood made me feel like a naive initiate at the very lowest level of my magic's possibilities. Then again, I didn't even have this much a few days ago. So, praise Aedes. This was a beginning, and things could only improve from here on out. The clock struck midnight, and the offices of the Ministry of Defense fell silent. A single window on the 3rd floor remained lit. A man in his 40s sat at his desk, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the heavy oak surface. His family's patron deity was the rat, and he even resembled it. He was short, hunched, with sparse whiskers under his longish nose, and he had beady, furtive eyes. Like his god, Arkady Ivanovich lived by the principle, everything for the rat nest, everything for the brood. His patience, attention to detail, and persistence allowed him to gather information bit by bit, creating truly ingenious plans to enrich his family. The assassins he had sent to the farthest reaches of the vast homeland had gone silent, and it wasn't just the assassins. There was no word from his nephew either. He had charged Anthony with putting an end to the provincial Komarin family, who had managed to claim ownership of 2 unique estates 300 years ago. There were millions, possibly even billions of rubles at stake in those locations, but it all had to be done in such a way that the mosquito god who ruled that backwater wouldn't get his nose wet. Arkady chuckled at his own pun. 10 years of subtle manipulation, falsifying documents, expunging records from the archives, and slowly eliminating all competitors. But it would all be worth it soon. At last, his communication amulet buzzed softly. Arkady held it to his ear, listening to the news with an expressionless face, occasionally twitching his whiskers like a true rodent. How many bodies? You had to blow up the place? A mummy? What about the other members of the family? After getting answers to all his questions, Arkady's voice acquired a steely edge. I'm taking personal control of the investigation. I expect the preliminary report on my desk tomorrow. He hung up, and his thoughts began to race. So, Anthony had paid for his arrogance and ended up a mummy. Arkady felt no pity for his prematurely desiccated relative. The family was large and prolific. One fool more or less didn't matter. There were more waiting in the wings.
But there were plenty of benefits to be reaped from his nephew's demise as well, such as being able to assume personal control of this matter, as well as claiming the military pension and medal for a family death in the line of duty. Still, what had gone so wrong that the second kill squad had been forced to blow up the heavily fortified mansion? What could a feeble boy and an elderly nanny possibly have thrown at them? He'd have to pay a pretty penny to a death mage to verify their demise in the explosion. But it was better to overpay once and secure his rights now than to rage and rue his arrogance later. Spider was reviewing the new cadet's personal file. The instructors had been ordered not to interfere in the skirmishes between the cadets. In just 5 days, aside from the brutal physical training, these so-called aristocrats had managed to establish their own hierarchy. At the top stood one of the bear totem students, with smaller predators as his lackeys, while all the plant, amphibian, and especially totemless cadets toiled as their underlings. The only remaining holdout was the second heir of the healer Hawthorne family. The small girl bared her teeth time and time again, never openly confronting her bullies, but refusing to kowtow to them in any sense of the word. The other female cadets, Burdock and Frog, seemed quite content meanwhile, having effectively slept with half their class. Sometimes anonymity served to reveal a pupil's true inclinations, and these weren't always pretty, but that was their family's problem. Up until last night, Spider had planned to take on Hawthorne as his personal student, protecting her from the advances of the local alpha male. But things turned out even better. Agatha, who hadn't been heard from in a good 7 decades now, suddenly sent her own protégé to the school. And the boy was anything but ordinary. His fighting style, which he had used to fend off the new recruits along with the instructors when they intervened during yesterday's brawl, was unlike anything Spider had seen before. It resembled something used by some of the Brazilian fighters. They called it capoeira. A lot of spinning movements, dance-like steps, sweeps, and adroit redirection of the opponent's inertia. But the most significant difference? Blood. The boy had practically bathed in it. Spider counted at least 10 serious hits on him and nearly 24 glancing blows. And every time, the newcomer seemed to dive into the fresh blood on the cobblestones, either healing himself or fueling his battle trance. This alone suggested that the boy was the last scion of the Komarin family, hidden from the world for the last 10 years to protect him from the increasingly frequent assassination attempts. And that, in turn, meant that not only had Agatha protected him, but that she had raised a true Komarin in spirit. Of course, he wasn't fully developed yet, but the blood answered his call, and that was a crucial development out here so close to the anomalies. They, the trained scouts and the last blood-bound bannermen of the Komarin family, had no choice but to wait and see whom Hades would appoint to lead the family. All they could do until then was keep the school running. Though, to be honest, even that hadn't been a great success. All their requests for funding to the Ministry of Defense were met with boilerplate responses like, "There's no money in the current budget, but keep trying. Your inquiry is important to us, but not a priority for the military." And the masterpiece, "Due to the prolonged lack of confirmation for the necessity of state personnel at designated secret facilities, funding will be cut. We recommend returning to active service to receive the necessary provisions." Spider spat at the mere recollection of this humiliation. They already were in active service, and if the ministry was overrun with rats, he and his men weren't about to become like them. Honor and duty still meant something to the Komarin family. They would hold their ground here at the edge of the anomalies for as long as they had to. Chapter 3. By and by, I dozed off, only to be awoken by an unceremonious poke in my ribs and a voice hissing, "Get up before they really lay into you." The voice was Hawthorne's. She could have stayed quiet and looked on as the entire barracks pummeled me to a pulp, but she decided to warn me in time, so gratitude wasn't beyond her. The surprising thing, though, was that Burdock and Frog were sneaking up to my bunk on tiptoe, along with the rest of the welcoming party. Bear was already barricading the door with a bar to make sure I couldn't escape. For whatever reason, the familiar tingle of excitement was beginning to rise within me. I must have soaked in their blood pretty well if its effects hadn't worn off overnight. The 19-to-1 odds didn't sit well with me, though. I needed to even the playing field without giving myself away. Using my blood sense, I reached out to the blood of the offenders who were familiar to me and did the least energy-consuming thing I could. Ladies first.
"Uh-oh. Oh no. Mommy, I've got to go. Move. Get out of the way."
The girls erupted in squeals, timidly at first, but soon giving way to curses and cries. Clutching their burbling stomachs, Burdock and Frog bolted for the latrines, shoving everyone out of their way. Any notion of subtlety went out the window now. One after another, the rest of the instigators rushed in the same direction, while the remaining 8 stood uncertainly, glancing between my sleepy form and the bathroom's door, which resounded with the cannon blasts of their companions' bodily failures. There wasn't enough room for Bear and a few other cadets in the toilets, so in a frantic effort to find an open stall, they tore down the door along with the bar that had been propping it shut. "I warned them not to overeat at dinner," Hawthorne chimed in again, unintentionally covering up my sabotage of my classmates' intestinal tracts. "These newfangled healing elixirs don't mix well with a full stomach." It was hard not to smile at the sight of the remaining 8 cadets, nervously shifting from foot to foot, reckoning up what they had eaten the night before, and calculating their chances of joining the ranks of the penitents. In the end, they decided not to tempt fate and returned to their bunks. "Thanks," I mouthed to Hawthorne, catching a glimpse of her blue eyes peeking out from under the blankets. She just snorted and burrowed deeper into her warm nest. I wondered if I was seeing the girl's real appearance or an illusion cast by the artifact. I leaned toward the former option. Blood never did respond well to illusion magic. 15 minutes later, we heard the shouts and curses of the instructors. The gist of their tirades was clear enough. They were furious over the cadets' lack of self-control at dinner, and were now forcing them to clean up the mess they had made all over the school grounds. Everyone had to do their part. The girls were tasked with cleaning the barracks, while the boys had to clean the rest of the school, which had been thoroughly bespattered by the stricken cadets. 2 hours later, public opinion had shifted, and now everyone wanted to throttle the ones who had caused the mess. The perpetrators cast ever more suspicious glances my way, but no one made a move. Sore backsides and churning stomachs had a way of stifling any desire to fight. But as it turned out, not even a burning rear end could suppress the instinct to reproduce. The school itself resembled a mid-sized mansion or estate hidden deep within an ancient forest. The stone walls with their towers were taller than those at Marevo, but it was clear both estates had been built based on the same blueprint. What surprised me, though, was that despite being surrounded by a forest, not a single mosquito responded to my call. Either any calls to the local deities were truly blocked here, or I couldn't summon a mosquito without the ring. Unexpectedly, I happened to overhear the answer to this question.
After we finished cleaning, we headed to the dining hall, where trays of bland rice porridge, boiled eggs, and cups of brown broth sat steaming on the roughly hewn mess tables. The cadets eyed their breakfasts warily. "Oak bark broth is so last century," Hawthorne muttered to herself as she sat down on a bench by the wall. "But at least it'll stop the diarrhea if the magic won't." "What'd you say, you little brat?" Bear immediately growled, settling in next to the blonde and pressing her against the wall with his massive frame. "Why is he so persistent?" I thought as I picked up my breakfast tray. As much as I wanted to eat, it looked like I was going to have to step in. This is a demon school, and it runs on demonic rules. You have to be able to defend yourself without magic, using only what's at hand. Hawthorne mimicked one of the instructors before turning to Bear. "Why don't you back off before I give you a permanent case of incontinence?" It seemed this wasn't the first confrontation between them. Yet, judging by Bear's reply, the warning didn't have the intended effect on him. "Quit playing hard to get, like you're some untouchable princess. The others don't mind sneaking off to play, but there aren't enough to go around, and I'm not standing in line," he growled, lifting her jacket with one hand and pawing at her body. "It's a win-win. You get to blow off your stress from excess magic use, and I get to enjoy myself, somatically." I slowly edged toward the alpha male, closing the distance for a strike. As a man, I could understand Bear. Hawthorne was quite the looker, petite with a narrow waist, a modest chest, and long, slender legs. But I definitely didn't approve of his methods. He was about to force the girl, and she wouldn't even know what he looked like, thanks to the school's insistence on anonymity. I was starting to like this place less and less. Where the hell were the instructors? What makes you think I even wield magic? Maybe I'm one of the unblessed, the blonde tried to stall, futilely pulling his hand from under her jacket. That just means you have no reason to resist when I'm doing you such a favor. Bear tried to press his entire body against her. Do me a favor instead. I grinned bloodthirstily and, taking advantage of his confusion, hit him square in the throat with my wooden tray. Bear suddenly lost interest in his little game, clutching his throat and struggling to breathe. Hawthorne didn't miss a beat either, clapping her hands over his ears from where she sat. "You idiot! Do you really think I can't figure out who you are?" she hissed right in his ear, making sure everyone could hear. "One more move like that, and outside the school you'll end up a eunuch, even if you're the Cretched heir." The girl was already at the doorway when an instructor's booming voice suddenly filled the room, as if he had materialized out of thin air. "Breakfast is over. Move it, wigglers! Out to the training yard on the double and familiarize yourselves with your equipment. Move it! Move it! Move it!" Amazingly, none of the cadets objected. They jogged out to the yard, leaving behind their unfinished breakfasts, disrupted by our little spectacle. We lined up quickly. Despite the delays the morning's cleanup had caused, field training was still very much the order of the day. Large backpacks lay at our feet. Hawthorne's pack was so tall it nearly reached to her chin. "You will now unpack and repack your backpacks, planning for a week-long hike," the instructor barked. I couldn't help but smirk. Mikhail's memories told me that Agatha often sent him on trips through swamps under the guise of these so-called hikes. Needless to say, they were far from scenic. At the time, Mikhail thought his Nan was tormenting him for the sake of it. But now it was clear she'd been preparing him for his time with the mosquitoes all along. I unpacked my bag on autopilot. Mikhail's muscle memory worked beautifully, and I silently thanked Agatha for it. The items appeared before me and were sorted based on necessity for the woody, swampy terrain. I was now almost certain that our route would take us through marshlands. I sorted the all-season tent, insulating mat, small digging tool, camouflage cloaks, personal first aid kit, tarps for shelter, individual rations for 7 days, and waterproof bags into a pile of indispensable items. I also placed the fingerless gloves, face cloths, ropes, water purification systems, a mug, a flask, and even thermal tablets for heating food and boiling water in the useful pile. Bringing extra sets of clothes and waterproof, windproof gear was also a good idea. I noticed the instructor occasionally casting curious glances at my work. Hawthorne, too, subtly shifted out of line to peek at what I was doing. The girl wasn't dumb and quickly adjusted her inventory. After waiting for her to finish, I swiftly packed everything into a small hiking backpack, which had been cleverly hidden at the bottom of the larger one. After some thought, I also decided to bring the larger pack, having first rolled it up as tightly as I could. I had a feeling it could double as a stretcher in a pinch. Who could know that I already sensed trouble brewing on the horizon? Meanwhile, the instructor launched into his briefing. "You lot are used to feeling invincible when you use your magic and your family's powers. But our goal is to show you that you're capable of much more. None of you truly know your limits yet. With our instruction, you will not only reach them, but surpass them." The first stage will be an 8-hour march, accompanied by instructors, to the starting point. The second stage will involve an individual route prepared for each of you. At the final checkpoint, an instructor will be waiting with a map for the third stage. And lastly, the instructor paused for effect and then added, glaring at Bear pointedly, "Remember to stay alert, vigilant, and keep in mind that anonymity does not absolve you of honorable conduct." This concludes your briefing. About face. Left, 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 right, left. Follow the guide at a light jog. Now, march! And off we went, running through the shadowy forest. The layer of pine needles was springy beneath our feet. The air was so crisp and fresh, it felt like you could drown in it, like drinking water straight from a spring. Birds chirped, and the breeze rustled the treetops. It seemed perfect, at first. Humping half a backpack was naturally better than lugging a full one, but half an hour in, our tongues were practically long enough to wrap around our necks like scarves. The air was burning our lungs. Frog and Burdock had given up even earlier, whining and demanding their current boyfriends carry their nearly empty backpacks. That's when they learned their first lesson, together in bed, but apart in life. As they began to realize this harsh reality, their anger helped keep them going, although they fell back to the tail end of our column. While we trudged monotonously behind the instructor, he ran ahead, mocking us with a full pack loaded with snowshoes, a helmet, winter clothes, and a whole backpack full of items needed only for different climates. I kept my eyes on my feet, trying not to lose sight of the instructor's back. Mikhail's training was holding up, but the various cuts I'd gotten in yesterday's brawl stung and burned with the sweat streaming down my body. The pain was unbearable, and I would have given anything just to wash off the salt and change my clothes. Yet our forced march went on and on. I moved to the middle of the group, joining the others there. Hawthorne was running too, teeth clenched, clearly struggling. But unlike the ragged gasping of most of the cadets, her breathing was steady. Her face was pale, while the rest of us looked like overripe tomatoes. Even Mikhail's body, despite the training, was holding up worse than hers. Seeing this, I began to suspect in earnest that she was a healer. Even though her magic had no effect on the others in the school, she could surely use it on herself. And she seemed to be doing just that. I guess I'm not the only one nature gave perks to, I thought, with a touch of envy. Speaking of perks, 4 hours in, the instructor called for a break. We collapsed right where we stood. The only thing that revived me was the sight of a forest lake just ahead, shimmering in the midday sun. My wounds still ached and itched, so I dragged myself to the water's edge and began stripping off my clothes. The cool water beckoned soothingly after 4 hours of running. Oddly, the other cadets followed my example. The noise and chaos were unimaginable. Youth is tough to kill, no matter the hardship. Carefully folding my clothes, I began unwrapping the strips of once white fabric I had been using as makeshift bandages. The noise around me suddenly fell silent, and I noticed that all the cadets stood rooted at the water's edge. It didn't take long to figure out why. They were examining their reflections in the water. Looking down, I saw myself, but not quite. Mikhail's body remained the same, tall, skinny, around 6'1", with dark hair and a decently masculine face. But my eyes, the eyes from my past life, were still there. They say eyes are the windows to the soul, and I guess that's true. They were bloodshot and exhausted, and the look of them suggested that they had witnessed too much. I was covered with numerous wounds which my sweating had inflamed. It looked like someone had tried to slice me up like a cabbage, but didn't quite succeed. Carefully, I began rinsing the bandages. I'd wrap them around my body again once they dried. After wringing out the bandages, I laid them over my clothes and finally waded into the lake. The groan that escaped me was practically euphoric. I gritted my teeth to keep from crying out as the cool water soothed my wounds. The burning stopped, and I was able to swim a few laps in the lake without too much pain. Bear was splashing nearby, giving me strange looks. I didn't have the time or energy to figure out what they meant, so I swam back to the shore, hoping to dry off before putting my field gear back on. A surprise awaited me. Tucked in and neatly hidden beneath the bandages were some hawthorn leaves. I looked around, but the girl from the hawthorn family was nowhere to be seen. Mikhail's memories reminded me that the leaves needed to be washed and rubbed a little to release their juices before being applied to my wounds. I did my best, though my past life had trained me more in dismemberment than healing. So I rewrapped my wounds as best I could. At least the dirty, sweaty uniform would go over the bandages. We endured the next 2 hours thanks to the thought that whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Optimism is vital, but even it runs out eventually. By the end of the 6th hour, the girls had fallen significantly behind. So much so that I gave up and turned back. Sure, Burdock and Frog had wanted to beat me up, but I suspected that was more out of herd instinct. What really piqued my interest was why Hawthorne had fallen behind. She had seemed to be doing better than most. I found them around a bend near a tall, rocky outcrop covered in moss and young trees. Frog was vomiting violently, while Hawthorne held her hair, and Burdock offered water to wash her face and rinse her mouth. "What's wrong? Is it the food?" I asked Hawthorne, hoping for an answer. She shook her head. "It hurts. Oh, Frog Goddess, it hurts so much. Help me." Frog doubled over again, her skin taking on a greenish hue, like an actual frog's, and her veins bulging. "She said that she could sense frogs dying somewhere nearby," Hawthorne mumbled, almost apologetically at the absurdity of it. Blood almighty! I guessed that it was impossible not to sense the mass deaths of your patron deity's creatures, and if you were cut off from divine support and sustenance, you could quite literally croak along with the frogs. "Where? Show me!"
I nearly growled to the weakened girl. She weakly waved her hand toward a rocky outcrop some distance away. Well, at least I had a direction. I quickly cast my blood sense as far as I could in the indicated direction. Searching for frogs was like filtering through a sieve. Frogs are not as easy to locate as people. But there, at the edge of my perception, was a cluster of tiny blood droplets fading rapidly like candles being snuffed out in the wind. If I had to guess, it was a swamp, and what better place for frogs to live? Someone or something really was exterminating the entire frog colony located there. "I'll go get the instructor." As I ran to catch up with the main group, I sensed something large and powerful had appeared right in the middle of Frog's domain and was now annihilating it. It took me 5 minutes to catch up with the main column. Sprinting ahead, I reached the instructor and blurted out, "Permission to speak. One of the cadets is suffering from extreme exhaustion due to a magical energy drain." "Halt, cadets. Take a 15-minute break." While the others collapsed to rest, the instructor pulled me aside.
"What proof do you have? How do I know you aren't trying to derail the exercise?" The instructor's gaze was intense, as if he suspected me of being a saboteur. "The girl didn't think twice about casting off her anonymity," I replied, with the most compelling reason I had. "Someone is slaughtering all the frogs nearby, and she's overwhelmed. She's got neither magic nor her deity to aid her." "Where?" The instructor took me more seriously now. "To the southwest of here. There's a huge swamp there." The instructor pulled a flat, magical amulet from his pocket, activated it, and spoke in a tense, quiet voice. "We have an emergency. Code yellow. Location: Village of Little Quagmire. Evacuate the swamp maiden beyond the boundary. Grid coordinates 1-6. With that, the conversation ended, but I remained fixated on the strange device. From Mikhail's memories, I recognized the it to be a commulet, a rare and expensive technomagical device for long-distance communication. Interesting. In my home plane, we used to communicate the old-fashioned way, via blood spirits. Whether you were kissing a beautiful woman or dissecting a creature, you had to answer the call. It was a sort of blood-based social network where you couldn't get lost or disappear no matter where you were. The longer you lived, the bigger your contact list grew. Some had the misfortune of dying, sometimes with my help, but more were always added. All in all, it was quite convenient. For a blood mage, at least. Every respectable blood mage had their own blood index, which contained the blood codes of all their friends and enemies, political and spiritual leaders, aristocratic families, and just useful and important people. I used to be the one simply because no one had my blood. Talent, skill, and my ability to cover my tracks helped with that. I once broke my own rule for someone dear to me, and the bastards killed her, setting my own blood against me. My thoughts were interrupted by a shrill ringing coming from the commulet. "Damn it! Roger that. Code red. I'm taking her to grid coordinates 1-8 and returning to the incubator. How many? Got it. I'll be right there once I deliver the wigglers." After that, the instructor ordered us to retrieve Frog, lay her green-tinged body on a stretcher, and jog to the extraction point, taking turns carrying her. The girl was barely breathing, her body shaking violently. The instructor pulled a syringe from his personal kit and injected her with a clear serum, causing her to immediately go limp. The other cadets tensed, and some began muttering quietly, crowding around the instructor. "Calm down. It's medicine. It should stop the magic drain. We've detected a breach of the nether plane nearby." He waited for us to grasp the gravity of his words before continuing. "I'm evacuating you back to the school. Stay there until reinforcements arrive. No heroics. Get the injured to the infirmary." His clipped, urgent commands were a clear indication that the situation was very bad. We started running again. This time, the tension was thick in the air. Without their family powers, most of the cadets were as helpless as blind kittens. And now there was a breach on top of it all. Plenty to worry about. Mikhail had only theoretical knowledge of breaches in this plane, so I didn't dwell on it. What troubled me was something else. The farther we ran, the more anxious I felt. Something like a magnet was calling me back toward that cursed swamp where the frogs had perished en masse. There was no logical explanation for it, but I ran like the others, taking my turns carrying Frog on the stretcher. We reached the evacuation point in half an hour and arrived at the school minutes later. For the first time, I saw a portal scroll at work. The instructor pulled a sealed scroll from his coat and broke the seal.
Within seconds, the portal vortex opened, much like the one Agatha had cast with her ring. The instructor stepped through first, ensuring it was safe, and then waved the rest of us through. 2 totemless cadets grabbed the stretcher with Frog and rushed her to the infirmary. The rest of us stood hesitantly in the courtyard. "Should we summon our family bloodbound?" Bear suggested uncertainly. So it seemed he wasn't entirely without human feelings, or maybe he was just worried about his own safety. "We're not exactly commoners here." The commulet crackled to life again. We all froze, straining to hear the message. There were shouts and curses amid the static and the sound of explosions. The staccato of automatic rifle fire drowned out the conversation. The instructor said nothing, his frown growing deeper. After a long pause, he lowered the commulet, his knuckles white with tension. It seemed he had made up his mind at last. "All of you are of legal age and fully responsible for your decisions," he growled through gritted teeth. "Your families bloodbound shall not set foot here, nor shall there be any aid from your family gods. None at all. There are only government troops here, and they're dying, defending that their village of Little Quagmire. It's so remote, even portal coordinates don't always work properly. Reinforcements from the Ministry of Defense will take at least half an hour to arrive, if we're lucky. We have to hold on until then. So if any of you have personal attack or defense spells without any bloodline magic mixed in, there are 300 civilians there, mostly women, children, and elders." He trailed off, letting us imagine for ourselves what would happen to those people without help for the next half hour. "I'm a SEAL scribe," I volunteered first, drawn to the breach. "But I only know what to do in theory. I'll give it a shot." "I have bloodlust," Bear muttered quietly to my surprise. "But I'll need a healer afterward, or I might die without even noticing." "I can heal," Hawthorne replied through gritted teeth. "But I can only handle about 10 serious wounds before I'll need someone to revive me. And there's probably already plenty of injured down there." She glanced apologetically at the boy she had threatened to castrate earlier in the day. 2 more cadets stepped forward, neither of whom I'd drawn blood from. One had the ability to harden his skin to stone, and the other could shoot poisoned darts, like a porcupine. The rest averted their eyes and kept silent. "Volunteers, step forward. The rest are dismissed. Report to barracks." Little Quagmire was perched on the edge of a deep ravine, and the mosquito instructors were holding the line from the ridge. They were fighting in sync. One group was firing their rifles, occasionally tossing grenades that sent shrapnel flying. Mikhail had trained in throwing similar explosives since childhood, hitting targets over 50 meters away. The second group was using AoE spells, alternating between flame squalls and hailstorms. From time to time, the ravine's floor erupted with stone spikes, as if trying to impale some unseen enemy like a butterfly on a pin. The only problem was, the smoke, fire, and stinking swamp below obscured any view of whatever enemy it was they were fighting. "You've lost your mind," a voice rasped behind me. It was the bald man who had interrogated me last night. His voice was barely audible over the cacophony of battle. "Why the hell did you bring the Wigglers here?" "They volunteered. Maybe if Orlov realizes that there's a major breach here, he'll hurry up for once. We've been neglected for so long, it can't get any worse. Besides, this one," the instructor pointed at me, "is a SEAL scribe, albeit a novice." Spider flashed a warning glance at me as if to say, "Don't stick your neck in a noose."
But what he actually asked was something else. "Who here has weapons training?" "Me," Bear responded crisply, like a soldier. "I'm proficient with anything that shoots, cuts, stabs, or explodes." Why the hell was someone with his level of training sent here? I wondered briefly, before another thought occurred to me. Why did he act like a complete idiot with hormones in all the wrong places? Or had I overlooked something about his relationship with Hawthorne? "Guys, get ready," Spider rasped, nodding at Bear. Bear saluted in silence. "All right, I get him, but what about the girl?" The bald man shook his head in frustration, but was interrupted by our battle-hardened blonde. "Anyone critically injured here? I'm a healer. I can help." There was no turning down an offer like that. Spider seemed to forget all about me and Bear, while the nearby fighters handed Bear a rifle and some magazines. "Who are we fighting?" I asked, if only to seem professional. To be honest, I wasn't afraid. If anything, a wild exhilaration was bubbling in my veins, combined with nostalgia. I felt like I was back home. The powers inside me surged, demanding release. The binding seal on my hand strained like an overfilled dam ready to burst at any moment. I found myself rocking on my heels, itching to dive off the cliff and into the chaos below. I was being pulled toward the invisible plane rift, like a magnet. My blood sense was in overdrive, scanning the battle-torn hill, the villagers hiding in cellars, the wounded in the makeshift infirmary, and Hawthorne darting between the injured with superhuman speed. Already resigned to not hearing an answer, I caught a response from one of the mosquito mages who had been casting hailstorms. "Down there in the swamp," he began, but didn't finish, as a purple tentacle shot from the smoke, wrapping around him and dragging him into the rift even as he screamed and fired wildly. Just like the old days back home. A crazy thought flickered in my mind. My purple darling. Oh, how much fun we used to have. But this can't be happening here and now, right? I shoved 2 fingers into my mouth and whistled sharply. The tentacle froze mid-swing, dropped its slightly crumpled prey to the ground, and then, much more gently, wrapped itself around me. Without hesitation, I bit into the tentacle. The blood from the otherworldly creature was absorbed into me instantly, and after a few minutes, I finally heard a familiar voice in my mind. "Where have you been? We've been looking for you." Chapter 4. His Excellency Count Daniel Andreevich Orlov spent his rare hours of repose at his estate, admiring the training of his prized possession, a 3-year-old stallion named Buran. A bay with perfect proportions and slender legs, the horse was magnificent from ears to tail. It was well known that the Minister of Defense was an avid horse breeder and equestrian, but few knew that Daniel Andreevich had managed to create an entirely new horse breed, the Orlov Trotter. Buran was destined to become the main stud and the nation's pride at the upcoming World Horse Breeding Exhibition, soon to be held in St. Petersburg. There had been so much effort expended, so many experiments conducted, and all that work had not been in vain. "Your Excellency," the head groom interrupted the Count's admiration of his stallion, "Buran needs a mate. There are a few candidates, but you understand."
The Count understood. The Emperor had already claimed the first foal as a gift for one of his children. "We will wait and see, Tikhon. There is still time." Yes, Buran had time, but as for the Count, Emperor Krechet often reproached him, saying it would be better if Count Orloff devoted the same enthusiasm to starting a family as breeding horses. But Daniel Andreevich never found the time. There were all kinds of affairs and responsibilities to see to. When you run the military department of one of the world's leading powers, you'd be lucky to find a few hours for rest, let alone find the time to start a family. That was what made moments like these all the more precious. As he admired his work, the Count didn't immediately notice the warmth emanating from the ancient departmental artifact, which had been hanging uselessly around his neck for the last 50 years. Being a military man with a sense of duty, Daniel Andreevich had strictly followed the instructions of the previous Minister of War of the Russian Empire. He had been told that the pendant was of national, if not global, importance, so it must have been true. At first, the Count had tried to investigate it, but then an endless stream of urgent matters had distracted him, pulling him away from the mystery around his neck. The only thing he remembered about the artifact was that it was supposed to signal a particularly powerful breach from the nether plane. However, the artifact had not done a thing during the other ruptures in Moscow or other cities, and even the previous minister had happily reported that there had been no such major breaches during his tenure. This is why Daniel Andreevich now became seriously alarmed. The amulet, shaped like a teardrop, kept heating up, to the point where he was forced to abruptly rip it off from around his neck and drop it to the ground, where it now glowed red-hot. Dialing the number of his personal secretary, the Minister of Defense barked into his commulet. "Get me the reports on all ongoing breaches, ASAP. Turn the entire place upside down if you have to. There's a global-level breach happening somewhere. I'll be there in 5 minutes." The call ended, and the Count rushed past the servants to his office to retrieve a portal scroll. It wasn't the aristocratic way to travel, but it was quick and practical. It occurred to him that he really should get into the habit carrying a few such scrolls with him, so he wouldn't have to run around like a madman. The sight of a defense minister running, whether in peacetime or wartime, invariably caused panic, even if the servants were bound by an oath of loyalty to remain silent. "Tilda, you have no idea how glad I am to see you." I hugged the octopus girl I was so close to in my past life, wondering how she had ended up here. "You better stop causing trouble. I hope you haven't killed anyone yet." Matilda blushed deeply, her skin turning a dark shade of violet verging on black. "I tried to be careful, but it was so hard to break through, and those," she said with the voice of a very vengeful woman, "well, they just keep shooting at me." She was gently carrying me toward either the portal or the breach she had come through. As the gunfire wasn't stopping, Tilda had to wrap me in her tentacles, practically forming a protective cocoon around me. "That's my girl, my bodyguard. How did you find me? Don't you think I could locate a part of my own self in the river of time? You shared your soul and blood with me when you saved me as a child." I figured it was our blood link," I muttered under my breath, but she heard. "Oh, go on with your blood tricks. You've often missed the forest for the trees, so I'm not surprised," snorted the violet beauty. Well, beauty by octopus standards, I guess. "I could never have found you by blood alone, though I tried, no sense in denying it. Just wasted my time. But oh, did I make a splash," Tilda said dreamily, and with pleasure. "Our friends caused such a ruckus when you disappeared. All the seals on the nether plane broke, and everyone you used to hunt showed up out of their deep respect for you, to pay a visit to the 12 estates of your zealot executioners. Why, we tore those places apart. Tilda thumped her tentacles in excitement, as if applauding. I could imagine how it looked from the outside. 15-meter-long tentacles rising from a portal through the smoke. These thoughts reminded me of something else. "Darling," I told her, "the local emperor's army is expected to arrive in half an hour to help seal this breach. So we need to wrap up our little chat." I bit into my wrist and generously smeared my blood on one of Tilda's tentacles. She huffed in irritation. "What's with the weakling act? You've barely got any magic left, and even your blood tricks seem pathetic now."
What can I say? For the first time in my life, those zealots managed to inscribe a seal on me properly. I shrugged philosophically, already resigned to the temporary situation. At least with local blood, I'll always be able to send you an invitation. No need to disturb the river of time. Don't forget to send one, or I'll die old, forgotten, and useless. The octopus girl dramatically wiped an inky tear from her eye. What an actress. By the way, what's the time difference between us? I asked, suddenly realizing it might be important. Matilda hadn't changed much since our last meeting, but it was worth clarifying, just in case. "I spent 1.5 years searching for your roasted corpse," replied my friend, "and one of the most dangerous creatures from our nether plane, completely seriously." Talk about synchronization. 1.5 days here equaled 1.5 years back home. For Matilda, time meant nothing, of course. We'd known each other for almost 200 years, but the difference was still worth keeping in mind. "All right, Tilda, let's wrap up this unofficial visit. I'll try to arrange a second one in a few days. I've got a bad feeling there's some troubles on its way here." I was more serious than ever. While chatting with my old friend, I kept scanning the area around us. And sure enough, just off to the side of Little Quagmire, a detachment of the Emperor's men had appeared out of nowhere. Less than an hour had passed. If this had been a real breach, and not just a friendly visit, there wouldn't have been anything left of the local defenders. Just blood puddles already soaking into the ground. Clearly, they didn't care much about the local populace. But there was no use jumping to conclusions at the moment. First, we had to wrap up this show. "Got enough strength to close the rift?" the octopus asked doubtfully, lowering me onto the scorched, barren ground that had once been a vast swamp. "Well, I'll give it a try. Seems I've got a similar ability round here, an innate one. Might as well test it out." "Don't go getting yourself killed in the next couple of days," Matilda snorted, slithering back into the breach. "Last time I left you alone for a bit, when I came back, there was nothing but a kebab left in the middle of the town square." "I love you too." I sent a playful kiss to the octopus and focused on Mikhail's memories. I had to close the rift. Now how was that kind of thing done here? "What's the purpose of you lot sitting here if you can't locate a breach of such a magnitude?" Count Orlov was furious. Half an hour had passed since his minister's pendant had turned red hot, and they still hadn't pinpointed the breach. If this was an invasion, a whole district could have been overrun by now. His personal secretary shrank into himself, bracing himself against the boss's fury. Count Orlov could be fierce and harsh when the situation called for it, and now was one of those times. Without giving any specifics, he had the entire ministry in an uproar, demanding they find what might as well have been a foreign invasion. Arkady Ivanovich had scoured every department, gathered all reports on breaches within the empire, even checked with his shadow informants, but there was nothing supernatural to report. Every territory seemed to be accounted for and under control, and, as often happens, the first warning that something was indeed amiss came from the most unexpected source. A nondescript young man in a black uniform without insignia hesitantly entered the minister's office. "Your Excellency, may I have a word?" he asked. He smelled of sweat and smoke,
and looked as if he'd been dragged through a swamp before arriving. "Permission granted, son," replied the Minister of Defense wearily, involuntarily recalling how his own career had started in the field.
Those were the best years of his service, when it was clear who was a friend and who was a foe, and he personally had far more respect for soldiers like this than for the bureaucratic rats holed up in his ministry. A soldier from Special Unit Mosquito has arrived with a request for operational support, in accordance with the direct order of the late Emperor Alexei Kretchet. "Bring me the archivist, now!" the minister barked loudly enough to rattle the windows. Then in a calmer, softer tone, he addressed the soldier. "Where? How long ago? And why am I only now hearing about a special unit codenamed Mosquito?" "Near Litrpg, Karelia, half an hour ago." "I don't know how to answer your second question, Your Excellency," the soldier responded crisply. "But, if I may, you should have—" He hesitated, glancing at the crowd of people in the office, but continued. "A departmental artifact. It should have signaled." The Count glanced at his mentalist, waiting for confirmation that the messenger was telling the truth. His mere mention of the artifact was enough for Count Orloff, but it didn't hurt to be cautious. Waiting for the archivist made no sense now. "How many reinforcements do you need?" the minister asked. "Will a company be enough?" "No, Your Excellency. A regular company would be useless here. We need special forces with active personal abilities, no bloodline magic." There were indeed such soldiers in the service of the Ministry of Defense. They were affectionately called the Eagles. But how could the Mosquito unit have known about them? Pressing the alarm button in the highly classified division that reported directly to him, Daniel Andreevich Orlov thought that maybe it was high time he deployed directly to the field himself. This situation was too extraordinary. Not only had the Ministry of Defense missed a breach, but it seemed to have lost track of a special unit within its own ranks. That was a complete disaster. Something like this could lead to more than courts-martial. For this, heads could roll. The Eagles were clearly in no rush. If the monster hadn't calmed down after snagging Agatha's protégé, the Mosquito unit would have been wiped out by now. The rifle fire and grenades did about as much to the octopus as pebbles to an elephant. They barely irritated it. Magic wasn't doing much damage either. The massive tentacles with suction cups kept emerging from the smoke again and again. What were the mosquitoes supposed to do? Hit it with artillery? But there was no artillery. There was nothing but a few dozen blood-bound bannermen here from an almost extinct lineage. Spider had ordered them to cease fire when he saw the creature weave a cocoon of tentacles and begin retreating to the rift. He understood that the monster was retreating of its own volition. "You're not even going to try to rescue him?" asked the healer from the Hawthorne clan quietly. She faltered, unsure how to express her internal turmoil. "He managed to trade himself for one of your men." "Not an option," Spider cut her off. "We couldn't even save our own. Right now, martial law applies, and the priority is to protect the larger group of civilians." He wasn't about to lead his people into a suicide attack. He had almost 300 civilians behind him, and there was no assurance that the newcomer was indeed the last comer in. Spider consoled himself with the thought that if the newcomer were truly in danger and a true comer in, their blood oath would have twisted them all into knots, forcing them to rush blindly to the bloodline's sole inheritor. The fact that this hadn't happened wasn't much of a justification, but it was all he had. The Hawthorne healer stomped her foot in frustration, but didn't back down. "Look, over there!" the girl squeaked in a trembling voice and hid behind Spider's back. Spider had to turn a full 180 degrees to see the arrival of reinforcements. It was a terrifying sight, even to the seasoned reconnaissance veterans. 3 infantry fighting vehicles, armed with huge cannons and bristling with machine guns along the sides, were moving silently through the village. The caliber of the autocannons inspired a sacred fear. They was clearly designed to fire 30mm rounds. And those machine guns, the combined power of those 3 IFVs could have taken down that giant octopus from a safe distance. How much did this operation cost? And the next logical question was, who was commanding this detachment? The answer came quickly. The lead IFV's hatch swung open, and out popped the Mosquito Messenger, followed by one of the Empire's most recognizable faces, Defense Minister Count Orloff himself. Dressed in his field uniform, he still looked like a battle-hardened wolf, though he had spent more than 50 years defending his homeland not on a battlefield, but in the offices. At the sight of Count Orloff, the entire Mosquito unit snapped to stiff attention. "Greetings, soldiers!" "Greetings, Your Excellency, Defense Minister!" 24 throats rejoined. Soldiers remained soldiers, even in retirement. "Who's the CO here? I want a sitrep this instant." "There's been a breach at the designated classified site, sir. The breaching creature is tentatively classified as a level 6 or level 7 denizen of the nether plane. We held our positions to protect 300 civilians until reinforcements arrived. There have been no casualties among our service personnel. 15 civilians have been killed, and there are several more severely wounded. They require immediate evacuation. There are also some volunteers among the service personnel who have not yet taken the oath and are therefore not bound by non-disclosure vows."
Having concluded his report, Spider carefully awaited the minister's reaction while keeping an eye on the arriving soldiers who were fanning out to cordon off the swamp. "Isolate the volunteers and administer the non-disclosure oath," Orloff commanded. "Evacuate the wounded to the regimental hospital. Move the civilians beyond artillery range." The Count's orders made perfect sense, yet they also caused Spider some alarm. If artillery opened fire, his new cadet wouldn't stand a chance of surviving. "Wait, Uncle Daniel, don't use artillery." The girl from the Hawthorne clan poked her head out from behind Spider's shoulder. "The octopus has one of our cadets. And besides, it's stopped fighting." "The creature's no longer attacking?" Orloff asked, puzzled. "Affirmative, Your Excellency. The octopus has been completely calm since it snatched the mosquito cadet." Count Orloff scrutinized the girl closely and then asked with surprise in his voice, "Svetlana, is that you?" "Yes," the cadet answered, lowering her head, and then added quietly, "Just don't tell my father, please." "Your father's going to rip my head off," Orloff said colorfully, but then changed his orders as requested. The smoke didn't dissipate. The peat bogs were still smoldering, forcing the reinforcements to put on gas masks and call in mages to try and clear the smoke to get a better view of the breach. When at last they succeeded, the sight was something to behold. In the middle of the smoldering swamp knelt a young man in a black uniform with blood-red threads emanating from his wrists and weaving a containment seal over the rift. The octopus was gone. All that remained was the deathly pale mage and the shimmering red surface reflecting the setting sun's rays. The rift shrank, growing smaller and smaller, pulling toward the center until it closed with a hiss. In the next instant, the boy collapsed to the ground. Oh, how wrong was I in my arrogance! It turned out that a seal scribe here and a seal scribe in my home plane were 2 entirely different things, with nothing in common aside from the name. In my past life, I could negotiate with or subdue the nether plane creatures using blood magic, and then we could seal the breaches together. I would contribute my blood from the human side, and they would add theirs from the nether plane. Doing so created a kind of blood pact, a peace treaty and non-aggression pact between the two planes. But in this world, a seal scribe had to stabilize and detach the breach from the portal mage who'd cast it. It was a high-paying skill, and Misha had hoped to make a good living with it. And yet, that knowledge was of no use in helping me close this damned portal. Leaving an open rift between two planes invited chaos, wars, and genocide, not to mention the 12 inquisitors I had cursed before I died, to cross at will. I wasn't ready to face them yet. Once the seal on my hand was broken, however, it would be a different story. I shook my head, pushing away the sweet thoughts of revenge. This wasn't the time or place. So I'd have to do this the old-fashioned way. I was pitifully weak, but I'd have to make do with what I had. The rift lay upon the surface of the swamp, instead of hanging in the air like in Mikhail's memories. The first thing I needed was a decent amount of blood, and I had to bite long and deep, and even in several places along my arm, to get enough of it. Then at last I could move on to the creative part of this job. Have you ever taken an exam on a subject you barely understood, having merely skimmed the textbook half an hour before? That's what I was doing right now. Creative work, indeed. And I couldn't just repeat what I knew from my former life. The power levels and metaphysics in this place were different. So I had to improvise, relying more on intuition than on what Mikhail had memorized and the rituals I had perfected. My blood, obeying my commands, formed a thin film in an intricate pattern over the portal's surface. Matilda hadn't held back when she'd come through, and now I was paying for it. I'd already used about 1.5 liters of blood, and the rift was still resisting. On top of that, I had to weave not only the closing sutures into the seal, but leave a gap big enough for the octopus. In effect, this spell required a multifunctional identification system, friend or foe, while the ring of the Imperial soldiers closed in around the swamp. At least they'd stopped shooting and throwing grenades my way. The smoke gradually cleared, and soon everyone could see the scarlet blotch, nearly 100 square meters wide, and me, the idiot self-talk mage, pale to the point of turning blue. Finally, I felt the portal was fully covered by a shroud of my blood. The fabric of the plane was slowly pulling together into a rough seam, like a wartime surgeon using stitches to suture a deep wound, unconcerned with aesthetics. At that moment, through some special vision, pulsing from the lack of blood inside me and the abundance of it outside, I saw the breach Matilda had torn shrink, meter by meter, centimeter by centimeter. Just let it work. My blood ran out, my strength drained with it, and the portal gradually sealed shut, closing with a sharp zip. I don't know what happened after that, because I passed out. Chapter 5. Didn't I tell you not to stick your neck out needlessly? Hades sighed wearily as he appeared before my mind's eye. Oh, blood almighty! Would you look at this monster? An enormous 6-legged mosquito hovered before me, almost 5 meters tall, with mesh wings and 2 serrated mandibles on, well, his face, I guess. He was floating in the swirling nothingness. What a sight! Impressive. You did say that, I replied once my shock wore off. So how come you're lying here half dead? Well, I'm not dead yet, I shrugged philosophically, hearing quiet cursing behind my back. At least I sealed the breach. What kind of creature was that? Its level set our troops scurrying. She is from another world, I replied honestly. Specifically from my home plane,
"You don't say," Hades exclaimed. "You've got uglies like that where you come from?" "Tilda isn't exactly ugly. She's my friend," I defended my beauty. "She's so determined, she even managed to locate me through the river of time." Hades paused, stunned. "Have you ever tried, with human girls? You might be pleasantly surprised." Pfft, I burst out laughing at his tactfully unspoken implication. "She's not that kind of friend. I think you call them pets or familiars, something like that. Tilda is one of those from my past life, so she found me and decided to drop in for a visit." Hades fell silent for a long time, twittering his mesh wings. "And how many more of these friends do you have?" His voice now contained a hint of caution mixed with curiosity. "There were only 2 like her. One was killed." "And what about the others? The ones not like her?" "The others are busy in my past world, tormenting my executioners." Hades floated in the weightlessness, swaying gently as if on a wave. I would have guessed he was in deep thought, but reading the facial expressions of a mosquito was a bit difficult. "All right, to hell with the disguise.
I'll need to keep a close eye on you, and without the ring, I have no idea what's happening with you." Before me appeared the ring I had seen before, engraved with a mosquito on its crest. Only now its appearance had changed. There was a clear tube running along the inside, filled with a red liquid. I stared curiously at the upgrade, waiting for an explanation. "What are you looking at?" the god grumbled, nudging the ring toward me. "That's a drop of my blood. Consider it your last chance if things get really bad. I can revive you, but I can do it only once, so don't get carried away." The ring slid onto my finger perfectly, melding with my skin and becoming almost invisible. I whistled inwardly, impressed by the honor bestowed upon me. I had divine blood. Oh, Hades, how much I could have accomplished with this back in my old world. So many experiments, so many possibilities. Why, I could have even tried to bring her back from the river of time. I don't know who you're thinking about or what the river of time is, but this only works on you and Mikhail's blood. Hades quickly brought me back down to earth. You are Mikhail Komarin. Forget the past. I mentally agreed with my patron, but I had too good a memory to forget those responsible for her death, and mine. The time to dwell on that had not come yet, however. I woke up in a hospital bed, but didn't rush to open my eyes. Through half-closed eyelids, I watched Hawthorne scurrying around me, looking over her shoulder nervously. "We did everything we could," she mocked someone angrily. "His energy channels are scorched. Ah, stupid field medics. I'll show you how it's done." She spat on the floor. Then, cracking her knuckles as if preparing for a fight, the healer conjured a greenish, sparkling orb between her hands. It was like a ball of lightning, small at first, but gradually growing in size. Her mention of my energy channels concerned me, and I began checking my physical condition. In some ways, the local healers were right. My energy channels did resemble a tangled ball of frayed threads instead of the smooth pathways running alongside my blood vessels as they should have been. But I didn't detect any irreversible damage. A bit more blood, and I could fix everything in a couple of days, even strengthening the weak points along the way. Meanwhile, the orb in Hawthorne's hands had grown to the size of a human head, and the girl decided to begin the treatment. Her eyes glowed with a soft green light as a thin tendril of energy detached from the orb and flowed into my solar plexus. My first reaction, and all subsequent ones, could be described in one word: delicious. Using my inner blood sense, I observed as the healer untangled, reinforced, and in some places even fused my energy channels together.
Blood would have done this instinctively, using the circulatory system as a model, but here I saw the masterful work of a healer. Impressive. After 2 hours, the orb between the girl's hands had thinned and disappeared. She was drenched in sweat, but there was a triumphant smile on her face. Well, there goes their idea of magical disability. He'll be up and running again in no time. She was about to leave when she noticed the ring on my finger. Oh, this is unexpected. But at least I know who you belong to now. I have a feeling you're going to drain a lot of blood from everyone. Smiling at her own joke, Hawthorne left. But my day, or evening, of visits wasn't over yet. I felt great, thanks to one blonde beauty, so I didn't bother pretending to be asleep anymore. Half an hour later, a man in military uniform entered the room. He was the kind of grizzled veteran the soldiers would often call their pops because he was like a father to them. His age and years of office work were beginning to tell in his appearance.
Sifting through Mikhail's memories, I was more than a little surprised. Not every breach warranted a personal visit from the defense minister himself. "Greetings, Your Excellency," I spoke first, as was proper for someone of lower rank and standing. "And good health to you, son. How are you feeling?" asked Count Orloff, settling into the government-issue hospital chair, which groaned under his weight. "Like I've just died and gotten a second chance. I just want to live so badly," I joked, not lying in the slightest. That's exactly how it felt. After Hawthorne's treatment, all my instincts had grown keener. I wanted to eat, drink, and, well, I wouldn't have minded a little female company either. Orloff glanced at his ring and then smiled at me, more relaxed now. So, he has an artifact that detects lies. Good to know. I wonder what else he has. It was as if the Count read my thoughts, because he pulled a small red pyramid from his pocket and placed it on the bedside table. "No one can eavesdrop on us now," he commented. "I'll ask you some questions, and you try to answer briefly or with a simple yes or no. Your fate depends on it." I nodded, accepting the rules of the game. This felt like a rather gentle interrogation. I doubted he could surprise me after the 3 years I'd spent in the zealots' torture chambers, but who knows? I focused on Misha's memories, sensing that most of the questions would be about his life, not mine. "Name?" "Baron Mikhail Yuryevich Komarin," I said, showing him the family seal on my finger. "Age?" 18 years old. "What were you doing in the classified zone?" "It's my land, by birthright, and by decree of His Imperial Majesty Alexei Krechet." "You did not answer my question," the minister pressed, not taking his eyes off his ring, which emitted a steady gray glow. "I was sent there for special training before entering the academy." "And what else?" the minister insisted. "I was escaping an assassination attempt." Orloff lifted his eyes from the ring, astonished to hear a young man say something like this. But the ring glowed pure white, confirming the truth of my statement. "Who is your father?" "Baronet Yuri Mikhailovich Komarin, retired officer of the Mosquito Special Unit. He died 10 years ago due to an accident." "Mother?" "Maria Vasilyevna Komarin, née Vinogradov, deceased 8 years ago. Accident." "Brothers? Sisters?" "None that I'm aware of." "Uncles? Aunts?" "My uncles were Sergei Mikhailovich Komarin and Dmitry Mikhailovich Komarin, retired officers from Special Unit Mosquito, deceased 6 years ago and 4 years ago, respectively, both due to accidents." The minister was openly frowning now, his eyes flashing with frustration. "Who raised you?" "My grandfather,
Baron Mikhail Yurievich Komarin, retired officer, commander of the Mosquito Special Unit. Deceased 2 years ago. Accident. Who else? Of course, that didn't add up. How could I have lived 2 years as a complete orphan without a guardian when the rest of my family was plagued by such accidents? My grandfather's second wife, Baroness Agatha Petrovna Komarin, retired officer of the Mosquito Special Unit, presumed deceased following an explosion on the day of my 18th birthday, right after she saved me from an assassination attempt. Orlov's eye began to twitch. Odd. Usually it's the person being interrogated who suffers a nervous tic, not the one conducting it. How did you seal the breach? I wish I knew, sir. It just happened, intuitively. The minister looked like he wanted to say something, but the ring flared white, acknowledging my total honesty. What happened to the creature? It went back home. It left on its own just like that? Yes. The ring blazed white, and the minister grimaced. It was the most convenient answer for a truth check.
Why didn't it attack you? Oh, it touched me plenty, but I guess I didn't taste good, I said with a straight face, though my eyes sparkled with amusement. Orlov, who had been leaning forward during the interrogation, now leaned back in his chair, exhaling. It seemed the questioning had been harder on him than on me. Why didn't your family come to me directly for help? The tone of the question was different. This was clearly regret sounding in his voice. Now that was a good question, one I would have loved to ask the Komarin family myself. Misha's memories, as with all the previous questions about the family, provided the answer. They did. We were denied personal audiences 3 times. I can provide the responses to our official requests. The motherland did not require our services for 300 years, not since the last breach. But now that a new one's opened, here you are, the defense minister himself. I was pushing things a bit, but that was the sentiment of the entire Komarin family, who lived in isolation, guarding 2 anomalies, dying at the hands of mysterious assassins, and yet, even in disgrace, still loyally serving their motherland. Orlov's face twisted at my words. He looked genuinely ashamed, and until today he hadn't even known the Komarins existed or about their problems. But now he was taking it personally. Amazing. A politician with a conscience. Or maybe he was just that good of an actor. Though it didn't seem like an act. Well, son, Orlov finally spoke, looking up from the ring but leaving his hand where I could clearly see it. I'm taking personal control of the investigation into the attempts on your family's life. I'll also see to it that funding is restored to the Mosquito Special Unit. His ring glowed white, confirming his sincerity. For closing a breach of this level, you're entitled to a reward. I'll be sure to add enough compensation to restore your family estate. On the one hand, I didn't want to be indebted to Orlov, but on the other, he and his ministry owed the Komarins a great deal over the past years. We had upheld our end of the deal, fulfilling our duty under all circumstances, keeping the oath they had sworn to the emperor. So, without hesitation, I accepted the offer. Now I just had to figure out how much ministerial generosity and conscience were worth. Oh, and I almost forgot. It was time to rebuild my personal library. I sent a mental summons to the local mosquitoes and, to my surprise, received a chorus of replies. Well, this was turning into quite the celebration. I chose 3 of the swiftest females and commanded them to collect Orlov's blood. For his part, the minister didn't hurry to go. And another thing, based on what we've seen, are you a seal scribe? Yes, I cautiously confirmed the Count's hunch. What level? Level 2 currently, with a maximum of level 5. This news seemed to surprise Orlov quite a bit. Misha's grandfather had a very particular view of education. He hadn't wanted me to attend the Imperial Academy, believing he could teach me everything I needed with the help of tutors. So Misha had earned his second level the hard way. His first level he'd easily attained by traveling with his grandfather's mage friends. But it was Agatha who had trained him up to level 2, through blood magic and ritual practice. And given Mikhail's natural inclination for blood magic, it would have been easier to pound a square peg into a round hole than to achieve that second level. But my grandfather insisted that both abilities be developed equally, without leaning too heavily in one direction. With that kind of potential, you should be in the academy. Orlov cast a fishing line, trying to hook me with bait like a naive fish. Yes, Your Excellency, and proudly died during the first semester, in an accident. I couldn't hold back my sarcasm, snapping a salute. No. Until I find out who tried to destroy my family, I'm not stepping into the limelight. Besides, we Khmerans have our own school, and it's just as good as the Imperial Academy. It is staffed with people loyal to my bloodline. The last sentence didn't go unnoticed. You think? It's not my place to think. But the Imperial authorities abandoned my family to its fate for 10 long years. And we were under the Emperor's protection, after all. If this investigation digs deep enough, it could easily uncover something that suggests treason. The minister fell into deep thought, so deep he didn't even notice my mosquitoes take 3 drops of his blood. Now, I just needed to decide where to start building my new blood library. It had been a long time since Arkady Ivanovich had prepared so meticulously for his superior's return. Every trace had been wiped clean. The scapegoat, previously fattened up for just such an occasion, had been found and eliminated. The embezzler and bribe-taker, Komyakov, suddenly turned out to be guilty of concealing information vital to the state. His confession listed such a litany of sins, it was almost enviable. He had wept, begged on his knees, pleading not to be sent to the torture chambers, willing to sign anything if only he were allowed to end it all with a mere bullet to the head. To avoid any trouble with the death mages, they even managed to cremate the body, entirely by accident, of course. A man in a black cloak and wide-brimmed hat, obscuring his face, entered the office without knocking. Without asking for permission, he sat down in a chair and propped his mud-splattered boots, still caked with swamp muck, on the desk, which was piled with papers of national importance. "What the hell are you doing here, you idiot?" Arkady Ivanovich knocked the man's feet off the desk, frantically checking the documents for damage. "You could have just called. One call." "Oh, no," the man drawled sarcastically, rummaging through a nearby cabinet for alcohol. Finding a bottle of exquisite 12-year-old Armenian brandy, he uncorked it and swigged sacrilegiously straight from the bottle. "I've decided to change the terms of our deal, unilaterally." "Who do you think you're mouthing off to, you rat? Have you forgotten who feeds you?" Outwardly, Arkady Ivanovich was calm as a rock, but inside he was already imagining the satisfying crunch of the man's neck between his fingers. The temptation was so strong he almost gave in for a moment, but alas, a personal death mage was far too valuable to waste on a momentary murderous impulse. How could I forget my dear old father? The bottle was already a third empty. But I had a little chat with a cousin recently and learned some very interesting things. Which cousin? The recently deceased one. The death mage's grin stretched across his face, flashing all 32 teeth. He winked at his father and added, "After our chat, though, he won't be saying anything to anyone else.
Well, Arkady Ivanovich was losing his patience. What his own son, the bastard child of a peasant girl, was telling him wasn't particularly impressive. Anthony had known very little, so there wasn't much he could reveal. Well? The son took a hefty swig of brandy. If I manage to finish what you've started, I want to join the family as your legitimate heir. How do I know they're not already dead? How indeed? Arkady Ivanovich's commulet rang, drawing his attention. Yes, Your Excellency. Pull up all the documents on Special Unit Mosquito, including the financial reports. The minister's voice was thoughtful and occasionally interrupted by static. And don't forget to send me a copy of the Emperor's decree. It's already done, Your Excellency. New information has come to light. A report is awaiting you on your desk. That's what I like to hear. I appreciate it.
His superior praised him and drafted an order to disperse a bonus to the Mosquito seal scribe for sealing a major breach. We need to reward this boy properly. Whose name shall I draft it for? The name is Baron Mikhail Yuryevich Komarin. Understood, Count Orlov. The call ended, but the silence in the office was immediately broken by the insolent voice of the death mage. So, is it a deal? Or shall I pay the minister a visit? Chapter 6. Before returning to the capital, Daniel Andreevich managed to have a brief conversation with Svetlana. The shabby little hospital yard with its 5 pine trees and a bench in the shade didn't offer much privacy, but there was no other choice. Tell me, you little rascal, at what point did Madame Duplessis' finishing school for aristocratic girls turn into a survival training school for the Ministry of Defense's Special Forces? Orlov tried his best to sound stern, hoping to appeal to the conscience of his old friend's daughter. It was a pointless effort, but he had to at least try. Uncle Daniel, the blonde nuisance sniffled, practically crying into his chest as she hugged back to learn etiquette, or make me take back to learn etiquette, or make me take dance classes, or drag me to salons and parties with all those suitors. And that's the last thing I want to do. Why does Slava get to study combat medicine and I don't? Why does he get special training and I don't? Why? Because you're a girl. You're supposed to get married and have children, not crawl through swamps with a rifle and helmet. Orlov stroked his friend's daughter's head, knowing full well his words would only fire her up. And who said that? What kind of outdated nonsense is that? Uncle Daniel, what makes me any worse than Slava? Svetlana let go of the Count, her face flushed, nearly steaming with indignation. Forgetting all caution, she blurted out, "Today I stabilized a dozen wounded. Everyone was saved. I patched up that seal scribe from the swamps in 2 hours, while your field medics were ready to declare him a magical cripple. So how am I worse? 11 people saved in 1 day. And all my parents ever tell me is, you need to get engaged." Orlov just shook his head. She was a troublesome girl through and through. But having no children of his own, he loved Svetlana more than anyone. She was more like him than her calm, level-headed father, who was the chief physician to the imperial family. "Oh, Svetlana, your father will wring my neck if he finds out I knew about this and didn't send you home." Orlov already knew he'd give in to this dragonfly's persistence, especially since her words carried weight, 11 lives worth of weight. He'd also have to talk to her father, Count Hawthorne, to make sure he didn't push the girl too hard into marriage. If she rebelled, they'd be searching for her across all of Mother Russia. "Uncle Daniel, we won't tell him." The girl winked mischievously and quickly added, "And anyway, everything turned out fine in the end."
The minister just shook his head. Ah, youth, with its near-invincible belief in immortality. He'd been like that once, too. The memory alone made him sigh heavily. You'll deal with your father yourself. I'll keep quiet, but at least take a look at the suitors. Maybe one will strike your fancy. You have right. I've met those suitors and seen how they act away from their parents' eyes. Svetlana grimaced as if she'd just caught a whiff of a latrine. Uncle, they'll screw anything that moves, and if it doesn't move, they'll shake it awake and screw it too. Svetlana, where are your manners? Orlov coughed, trying to hide his laughter. No one's going to force you to do anything. You know that. If you find someone you like, I'll personally put in a good word for you. So if I were you, I'd take my destiny into my own hands. The girl fell silent, frowning in deep thought. Her displeasure was obvious, but she didn't argue. Clearly, his advice had resonated with her. I'll think about it, Uncle Daniel. I promise. There's a good girl. Orlov hugged her and spun her around like he had when she was little. She laughed heartily, but didn't protest. Want me to drop you off back at your school? Our instructors are waiting for us. We'll use portal scrolls to return, Svetlana smiled. Those mosquito kids are well taken care of, the defense minister mused aloud. I think it's more of a necessity due to the anomaly. Oh, Svetlana, anomalies are classified top secret. Orlov grabbed his head in disbelief. You do know that breaking a magical oath can mean death, right? Don't take me for a fool. I might be a blonde, but that has nothing to do with intelligence, the girl grinned brightly, a mischievous glint in her eyes. This excuse might just be better than a family secret. Someone's in for some happiness. They sure are, muttered Hawthorne under her breath, as long as they behave themselves. If not, widowhood is just around the corner. Svetlana! Count Orlov coughed again, trying to hide his laughter. What a healer. All right. I'll be quiet. Two armored monsters, 6-meter-long infantry fighting vehicles painted in camouflage and bearing mosquito emblems, were waiting for me in the parking lot of the military hospital. I'd never seen such marvels of engineering before, though Mikhail's memories were filled with journeys in nothing but these IFVs. As my late grandfather used to say, even Emperor Crechet himself couldn't pry us out of this tin can. But Grandpa had been dead for 2 years now, which only proved one thing. For every tin can, there's a pry bar long enough to open it. A dozen of the same instructors who had been with me before stood by the convoy, and this time, upon seeing me, they synchronously slammed their fists against their chests in a salute. I hesitated a moment before returning the gesture, which made the ring on my finger glow red. The instructor's eyes widened in shock, but they quickly regained their composure. Without further discussion, one of the IFV's doors swung open, and I climbed inside. The interior of the armored vehicle was divided into 2 sections. The troop compartment, where the soldiers sat, was combined with a medical bay, judging by the integrated medical-magical equipment. In a separate area, there was a command section with plush leather seats, a minibar tucked into one corner, complete with an ashtray and even a stationary communications amulet. This armored vehicle wasn't cheap. It was a mobile command post. While Spider and I made ourselves comfortable in the luxury section, the soldiers took their seats in the troop compartment, eyeing me as if I were some sort of resurrected deity. Sure, I looked good, but something told me their awe had nothing to do with my appearance. Your Lordship, it's good to see you in good health. Spider's voice caught my attention. Likewise. Were there many casualties from the breach? I asked, trying to gauge the damage caused by Tilda's cameo. No losses among the mosquito forces. That creature choked out a few of them, but didn't kill them. 15 civilians, however, were lost. Such a shame about the civilians. We'll need to allocate compensation to their families, I said, leaning back in my seat and studying Spider. A petition has already been submitted to the ministry, but I fear it'll get lost in the system, as usual. Not this time. If necessary, we'll compensate them with our own funds. Money's no longer an issue. Finances had been a sore subject for the past few years. On one hand, our family had more wealth than we could spend, but on the other, the Camerins kept that fact quiet. The mere fact that our personal bannermen had been meticulously recruited from the ranks of common-born servants, with their education funded at various academies, said a lot. Not every noble family could afford to pay for even a few offspring to attend. Aristocratic privileges usually allowed for free education.
The Camerins, however, had trained nearly 600 of their servants through various means. Cutting-edge technology and weapons were purchased from the Ministry of Defense for our special units' needs. Sometimes equipment was imported from abroad at exorbitant prices. But things had started falling apart 10 years ago. Loopholes were closed, access to key officials was cut off, and on top of it all, there were the accidents. It all pointed to someone who saw us as a thorn in their side, someone who knew exactly how vast our resources were and how we moved funds through the system, often disguised as government financing. The current dire situation was due to a legal loophole. We had money, but only the direct heir upon reaching adulthood could access it, meaning me. Until that moment, I'd been given a stipend that, while not modest, was far from enough to cover the needs of our family's bannermen. Even Agatha Petrovna, who'd married into the family, received an allowance smaller than mine, as she had no children with my grandfather. In hindsight, she was probably brought into the family to avoid suspicion. These previously fragmented facts had recently come together. Hawthorne's treatment had an unexpected side effect, so to speak. I no longer felt the divide between myself and Misha. We had finally merged into one individual, and I had plenty to think about. The vehicle picked up speed slowly, steadily accelerating. For a while we drove on paved roads, but soon we turned onto dirt paths. Spider averted his gaze, clearly uncomfortable, until I broke the silence. "Why didn't you leave with the others, or transfer to another branch of the armed service?" I watched Spider's expression carefully. Funny, our roles had reversed. In the cell, he had scrutinized me intensely, but now I had the initiative. The only difference was that I already knew the answer. I just wanted to hear his version of it.
Mikhail Yurievich, we are your bloodbound, loyal until death. And the money, we managed as best we could. We even started those training courses with Agatha Petrovna's permission, just to make ends meet. Spider spoke directly, not avoiding my gaze, not fawning or groveling. He did not have a guilty conscience, and I knew this not by deducing it from his expression, but from a sample of his blood that my mosquitoes had already brought me, just as they had from every other soldier in the armored vehicles. It's always better to check everyone at once rather than regret missing a traitor in your own ranks later. Every single one of them was a loyal bannerman of the Camerins and part of my grandfather's personal guard, bloodbound, as they called themselves. Indeed, using my gift, I could see the red threads of our blood link stretching from me to the soldiers, flecked with gold, a sign that their oath was given voluntarily and sincerely. Another new ability had surfaced, allowing me to see their magical affinities. The soldiers' magical cores looked like whirlpools of water, icicles, fiery tornadoes, and other fascinating elements. It turned out my grandfather had recruited quite the extraordinary force. If only I had more like them. But all in good time. After 10 years of assassination attempts, our guard had been severely thinned out.
Your Lordship, may I ask a question? Go ahead. Why didn't you tell us who you were right away? And what would that have changed? I didn't have the ring. I planned to undergo training on equal footing with the others, without any special treatment. But how? Spider pointed at the family ring, confused. Where did it come from? Our patron deity rewarded me for closing the breach, just as he did my ancestor long ago. For the glory of Hades, Spider replied instantly. For the glory, I echoed automatically, though my thoughts were elsewhere.
Oddly enough, beyond the family lands, the binding seal on my hand felt much weaker. While scanning my blood-bound soldiers, I unconsciously extended my blood sense to its maximum, trying to cover the second vehicle. The range of my ability had increased dramatically. Besides my own soldiers, I sensed an ambush 3 kilometers ahead on the forest road. "Slow down," I ordered, trying to buy time. The driver of our vehicle reacted instantly, without asking questions. And likewise, the mosquitoes in the woodlands around us responded to my request immediately. My small, personal army of scouts. Thank you, Hades. This was one of the best abilities he could have bestowed upon me. The scouts worked fast. Once I had blood samples, I was shocked. First of all, the ambushers were all common-born. Secondly, they were preparing something big. And by big, I didn't mean icicles or fireballs. No, they were preparing something cataclysmic, on the level of an inferno or a storm of chain lightning. 3 teams of 5 mages were conjuring lethal spells. Above each group, I saw hazy symbols of the elemental magic they wielded: fire, earth, and air. Guessing what they intended to hit us with was impossible. Well, not entirely impossible, but not with just a few drops of blood. And curiously, there were no water mages. Oh well, I'd deal with that later. But no, here come the water mages. They'd cut us off from behind, closing the trap. I had to make a decision on how to proceed as quickly as possible. I trusted my 10 bannermen, of course, but I had no desire to get caught in the crossfire of 4 elemental mages at once. A crazy idea popped into my head. Why not fake my own death? That way, I could see which vultures would come to circle us first. After all, they'd been working toward their goal for 10 years. Why not lure them in with a tempting piece of bait? I focused on the threads leading to my soldiers. Let's see how much the family ring simplifies working with those bound to my bloodline. This is Baron Comarin speaking, I announced. There's an assassination attempt being prepared against us. Theoretically, we have 0 chances. 4 powerful squads of elemental mages are working on something deadly up ahead. I propose we do as follows. Marcus was nervous. This was their first contract of such scale. When he, an ex-commander of a border unit, suggested that his comrades form a mercenary group, they'd been skeptical. However, the pension for retired soldiers wasn't much, and the one thing they were good at was fighting. Over time, Marcus cobbled together 4 teams of elemental mages from his former comrades. They offered clients mixed squads or specialized hit teams tailored to specific elements. All in all, business was booming. Marcus made sure to rotate his team members to avoid dissatisfaction, but all the groups had never worked together before. 4 squads. It was practically a mini-army. But Marcus felt deep down that the right opportunity would come, and so it did. It was but a single contract, but what a contract! They had to ensure success, and there was no room for failure. The payout was more than enough to cover all their moral, material, and other costs. In simpler terms, if they had earned this much in the regular army, they might never have retired. The surprises began immediately. Instead of expensive but cumbersome civilian vehicles, 2 military-grade armored monsters appeared on the forest road. They resembled machines Marcus had seen in the most secure areas of the Imperial border. It was clear the vehicle's munitions had been removed, but that didn't mean the soldiers inside weren't armed themselves. So their ambush had to be adjusted on the fly. Blowing up the armored vehicles with regular spells wasn't going to work. They were likely built to withstand magic of at least level 3 or 4.
The mercenaries decided it wasn't worth the risk. This setup had been created for a rare and exceptional situation, and it seemed that moment had arrived. Each team was preparing a devastating AoE spell that could decide a medieval war in their favor. Together, they guaranteed certain death. Marcus gave the order to prepare backup charges, just in case they had to hold the spell longer than expected. The contract accounted for the use of additional resources, so the mercenaries spared no expense working meticulously. "Earth!" Marcus's word set the ambush into motion. As soon as the armored vehicles crossed the designated line, the earth beneath them split open, and the vehicles plunged 5 meters into the ground. "Water!" Marcus barked. "Air!" At his command, the water mages created 2 water spheres around the armored vehicles, and the air mages vacuumed the oxygen out of them. For safety, they held them in this watery void for almost half an hour. During that time, the fire and earth mages were on edge, expecting a last-ditch suicidal attack from their targets. But there were no signs of life, which both relieved and unsettled them. It didn't make sense. A cornered rat fights back more viciously, but apparently there were no rats here. "Earth! Fire!" Marcus gave the order to move to the final stage, waiting longer than necessary just to be sure. "Water! Stand by for protection!" The earth mages raised layers of stone to the surface, and the fire mages melted them, creating hermetically sealed sarcophagi, the final resting place for their unfortunate victims. Granite encased the armored vehicles, trapping them in solid rock. The water mages, meanwhile, maintained a 5-meter protective shell to shield the forest from accidental fires. Marcus's heart ached as he watched the armored vehicles disappear into the flames. They were worth a fortune. What was remarkable was that even after all the spells, the vehicles were barely damaged. But the order had been clear. Everyone inside the vehicles bearing the mosquito emblem had to be eliminated. Some vague memories scratched at the back of Marcus's mind. Something about the mosquito emblem. A shadow of recognition, but it didn't fully form into a memory. The armored vehicles vanished, buried under layers of cooling stone. The walls of the chasm closed, as if a localized apocalypse hadn't occurred there just 30 minutes ago. "Jiva, Trava, you're up." The slender twin girls got to work. While Trava restored the landscape, healing the vegetation at the edges of the road, Marcus quietly pulled Jiva aside and asked the question that preoccupied him most. How many were there, and when did they die? "There were 11 occupants, 6 soldiers in the first vehicle, 5 in the second. They struggled to the end. I stopped sensing any life as soon as the vehicle sank into the molten stone." Could the stone have interfered with your sense? Marcus was being cautious. He couldn't afford to fail such a serious contract. "No, I can detect living beings up to 1 kilometer underground, even worms." Jiva gritted her teeth. She hated when anyone doubted her professionalism. "There are no living beings down there now." Marcus nodded and was about to ask another question when someone interrupted him. "Marcus, a word." The men stepped aside, not disturbing Trava as she continued her work. "I'm not sure if this is important, but you need to know," said the earth mage, a bearded, stocky man, looking a bit shaken. "I remembered something. About 20 years ago, the Ministry of Defense had a special program for gifted common-born mages. They were trained in academies and then recruited into a top-secret special unit. Their emblem was a mosquito.
Chapter 7. My bloodbound were shaking me with all their might, trying to bring me to my senses. Splashing water on me and slapping my face didn't help much, but Spider wasn't the commander of the old guard for nothing. After a few minutes, they forced my mouth open and poured in some truly invigorating liquid, a mix of 2 parts of single malt whiskey and 1 part fresh blood. I took 2 greedy gulps and finally started coming around. "How are you feeling?" "Where are we?" I ignored the question, more worried about how far we'd traveled and how soon we could expect company. "We are on the shore of Lake Ladoga. We got teleported about 100 kilometers, Spider reported, stammering slightly as he kept squeezing blood from his own palm into a second glass, adding less alcohol this time. "Baron, you're a monster!" exclaimed the second squad's commander, with admiration in his voice. "In the name of 80s, I was sure we were done for, yet you managed to get us out of that trap, and you even brought the IFVs." To be fair, I hadn't intended to bring along the infantry fighting vehicles. It just happened somehow, which was probably why I'd overexerted myself just a bit. Transporting a dozen men using the blood bond is one thing, but dragging along 2 25-ton armored vehicles is another. There's no blood in them, obviously. My head was finally clearing, and I was beginning to understand the magnitude of the stunt I'd just pulled off. "What the hell, gentlemen?" was all I could say. "Who links armored vehicles through a blood bond? Come on, own up, you perverts!" There were chuckles from the group. "Agatha Petrovna upgraded these IFVs," Spider explained this unexpected detail. "Originally, macros powered their defensive and offensive systems, but the Baroness, 80s rest her soul, created a duplicate circuit linked to mage blood, so the mages could control them in real time, boosting attack or defense as needed. It's what kept us alive." The commander shook his head, sealing the cut with a plaster before tucking his hand back into his glove. "I must say, those mercenaries did a professional job," commented the instructor, Beetle, who'd run the forced march with us. 4 AoE spells at once would have torn our standard defenses apart. Without upgrades, the armor would have held off a level 3 spell from a mage, or a very weak level 4 one. But 4 elemental mages channeling their attacks together? We were goners. As I sipped from the second glass, I took a look around. The mosquitoes had already dug into the forest, thrown camo nets over the IFVs, and even reconnoitered the nearest village. The whole time, I'd been out cold. That was no good. To our assassins, we were dead as dead can be. If it hadn't been for Agatha and her experiments, we'd be 11 corpses buried under a forest road now. "What's next, Mikhail Yurovich?" Spider asked the pressing question. "If the state declares you deceased, our lands could pass on to someone with the right connections in 6 months' time." "You've got the right idea. Your job is to go back and finish training the recruits. My job will be to track down anyone who thinks they'll benefit from picking up our crumbs." Spider looked ready to object, but I cut him off. "No objections. I need you at the school. Ministry officials will start showing up there after we've disappeared. Keep an eye on everyone. And don't forget, you all need to wear disguise artifacts from now on. Meanwhile, I'll stir up trouble in this wasp's nest. My grandfather and I had a plan for this." I deliberately mentioned my grandfather. The old Baron was an experienced intrigant who always had several backup plans for every contingence, including life and death. The ruse he'd planned for this particular occasion was already working. "What about communications?" Spider persisted. "Our comulets don't work over such distances. We won't be able to come help you." "Well, we always have the blood link.
"Aren't I a blood mage?" I replied. "But without orders, don't even think about offering help. The game we're about to play will be a risky one." That evening, I reached the cultural capital of my new homeland. A kind-hearted local gave me a ride to the nearest town, where I hired a coach to take me to St. Petersburg. There was, of course, the option of taking the locomotive, but since I was still officially missing, I figured I had better not show my face in crowded places. Portal scrolls are a great thing, really, albeit expensive. However, they wouldn't have worked for the place I needed to get to. I hadn't lied about my grandfather having a plan. Just before Mikhail's 16th birthday, after the 5th attempt on his life, Baron Komarin shared some information with his grandson, which was now coming in handy. I wonder if it's customary here to offer gratitude to the deceased. Does it help them in any way? It does, my patron deity mused in response to my silent question. It makes their reincarnation more likely. Then Mikhail Yurievich Komarin, alias Grandpa, alias Old Baron, I wish you a speedy rebirth. I never met you, but judging by your actions when you were still alive, I already like you. The rickety coach dropped me at the very edge of St. Petersburg, in a rough part of town run by the so-called Sparrow Gang, a nest of banditry and depravity, which, according to Grandpa, nevertheless boasted more honesty and justice than any aristocratic salon in the city center. The carriage door swung open, and the terrified face of the driver appeared before me. "Sir, I'm sorry, but I cannot go any further. I value my life too dearly." The guy had gone pale, visibly terrified of entering the rough district, and, understandably, afraid for his life. "Thank you, my good man. This is as far as I need to go." I slipped out of the carriage like a shadow. My dark clothing, which bore no insignia, blended perfectly into the twilight of the deserted streets. Bottles, scraps of newspaper, half-rotten crates, animal bones, and perhaps not just animal bones. The local mosquitoes swiftly fanned out in search of any lurking locals, while I cranked up my blood sense to full and took off. After about 30 minutes and 2 bodies later, I reached my destination. No pangs of conscience. The 2 bodies belonged to some cutthroats who tried to take my life. I took theirs instead. 2 scumbags now lay peacefully at the bottom of a rubbish-filled, dried-up canal. As for me, rest was something I could only dream of. It was an annoying random encounter, too. I couldn't even drink from them. Both of those bastards carried such a bouquet of diseases, it would have been safer to drink from a puddle than to taste their blood. If it weren't for the damned holy seal on my hand, I could cleanse their blood of impurities. Yet, with my powers still limited, I had to be cautious. I knocked quietly on a nondescript door with peeling paint, and a small window slid open. "What do you want?" a surly voice barked through clenched teeth. "A Bloody Mary and a handful of grapes." The window snapped shut, and after a minute, the door opened to let me in. There were signs of decay everywhere. Long, narrow hallways covered in cobwebs, empty, grimy walls with cleaner rectangles where paintings had once hung. Magical lamps, some lit, some not, either in a bid to save energy or hide the disrepair. Madame Juju's brothel had gone to seed a bit since the first and only time Mikhail had been here. The local girls had made him a man, while his grandpa introduced him to one of his hiding places. The madame's office still held traces of its former luxury. Massive oak furniture, a few reproductions of famous painters, and an exquisite fan collection covering an entire wall. This was all that remained,
of what had once been one of St. Petersburg's finest brothels. The madam greeted me personally, petite, shapely, with bright red lips and a mole above her upper lip. She looked no more than 30, but was at least 60. I had to force myself to keep my gaze on her face, though her figure, hugged by a tight, sheer dress, would have made many envious. "Madam, you're as captivating and timeless as ever," I half bowed, kissing her delicate hand sheathed in a long black glove. "Young man, I hardly recognize you. You were so shy when we met, and now you've changed so much." Her crystal voice echoed sweetly through her office. Ah, Madam was testing Misha's mettle. Not everyone could withstand the natural allure of this truly stunning woman, a magnificent former spy. "Madam, I'd gladly succumb to your charms, but if I did, grandfather might return from the dead to see his no-good grandson. Let's not disturb his rest." I shot her a cheeky wink. "But if your intentions are sincere, I promise not to disgrace the family name." For the first time, Madam flashed me a genuine smile. "A fool, yet so much like your grandfather." The former spy settled into her chair, nodding for me to take the one opposite. "Would you like some refreshment?" "What do you have to offer?" "Asians, mixed-race beauties, noble girls and not-so-noble ones, gifted ones, and even a couple of virgins," Madam listed with a smile, watching my intrigued reaction. Her offer was certainly a pleasant surprise, though I'd already caught a sense of her selection on my way to her office. My winged scouts had already brought me a sampling of the blood of everyone in the brothel, Madam included. Of all the girls, only one caught my interest, and not for physical reasons. The Asian girl with dark hair and cherry-colored eyes, a hopeless addict. I announced my choice, noting Madame Juju's frown. "I would like to take her with me. If a ransom is required, I'll pay, in money or favors." "She's not worth it, Misha," Madame stammered. "She's beyond saving. I tried. Even my healers have given up." "With all due respect, Madam, if she's a dead asset to you, she's valuable to me," I said, tapping my fingers on the armrest as I awaited delivery of one of the most talented illusion mages I'd encountered. "I want her," I declared slowly, pausing to emphasize each word as I held Madame Juju's gaze. Discovering such a treasure so close to grandfather's stash was nothing short of a miracle. Coincidences like this didn't happen by chance. Either Lady Fortune had a soft spot for me, or I was simply one hell of a lucky son of a gun. "Fine, you may have her, but you'll go broke buying her the junk she needs to stay alive. My whole brothel practically works to fund her habit." I just smirked. Madam was downplaying things. This whole brothel was still running thanks to that girl's talents. She somehow managed to bring all her clients' wildest fantasies to life. At the very least, she earned her keep in doses. And Madam couldn't refuse me. Hard to refuse when you owe someone a life debt. 5 minutes later, the girl was brought in. Emaciated, with hollow cheeks and dark circles under her eyes, she looked like a ghost. Her white kimono did nothing for her frail appearance. She couldn't even stand on her own. As soon as they released her, she collapsed into the chair next to mine, breathing heavily. Beads of sweat dotted her face as she curled into herself. I lifted the sleeve of her kimono. Just as I'd thought, her veins were punctured from wrist to armpit. No matter, we'd make her better again. Not for free, of course, but I wasn't going to let a talent like hers perish from addiction. I left Madame Juju's brothel, having first emptied grandfather's stash, with the girl hoisted over my shoulder. In my pocket were keys to a safe house and forged documents identifying me as one Gavrila Petrovich Vinogradov, a distant nephew of late Misha's late mother. Grandfather had done well. The papers, the residence, the bank account, it was all prepared well in advance. But the most valuable item was his letter, with some of his thoughts on recent events. I would use his ideas and analysis to form my plan of action. The coach driver only grunted when he saw the girl. There was plenty of things to see in the territory of the Sparrow gangs, but there was one golden rule: the less you know, the longer you live. Giving him the address of my safe house, I let my thoughts drift as we set out. I needed to speak to my patron deity. "Aedes, can you hear me?" I said mentally.
I hear you.
My patron's irritated voice came through.
Is it urgent?
"What's your standing with your Asian counterparts?" Aedes replied with more interest. "We're not exactly friendly, but we're not at war either. What happened?" "I just happened across the heiress to the Kitsune clan. The cherry-eyed fox deity is her patron. The girl's a hopeless addict with one foot in the grave. I can save her, but it'll take time and resources." "So what do you want from me?" "I'm offering you an opportunity, some aces to hold up your sleeve. I'm more than sure you have some political conflicts in which any ally could be valuable." There was silence for a few moments, but then Aedes finally responded. "You're not just bringing up allies for no reason, are you? What are you really after?" "I need permission to temporarily mask your patron ring with an illusion. I'd like to take on the guise of a member of the Vinogradov family, so I can find out who's targeting our own family."
Are you out of your mind?
Aedes exploded. "I dragged you here from another plane, rescued you from a pyre, accepted you into my family clan, and now you're planning to bolt off to the Vinogradovs?" I waited out his first, and even second, wave of anger. Anger was good. He hadn't refused outright, so there was a chance he'd see things my way. After a few minutes, when his torrent of invective directed at me finally exhausted itself, I clarified. "I'm not taking off your ring, and I'm not abandoning the Komarin family. I just want to apply an illusion to myself." "Will you look at him? Apply an illusion to a divine artifact. This isn't a matter of befuddling some yokels at the country fair. You realize that to use another family symbol, you'd need permission from Muscadine, the patron god of the Vinogradovs. That grouch has been in a foul mood for a century. He barely has any clan left, and now you want to come waltzing in, claiming the Vinogradov blood on your mother's side? All I ask is that you set up a parley. Please, we'll work it out. And I swear I won't switch clans. I would have to contravene the code otherwise." Aedes mumbled something incoherent about humans not knowing their limits and making a god run errands like a secretary, but his anger had abated, and his voice was now more filled with irritation and a hint of curiosity. I was asking him to form alliances with other gods, even if only temporary, and that hadn't happened in a long while. The more he observed my soul, the more convinced he became that his spontaneous choice hadn't been so bad. The recent oath only strengthened his divinity. He could tell that as long as he held on for a while longer, things could actually start turning around for him. Arkady Ivanovich was finally celebrating his long-sought triumph. The sweet sensation intoxicated him more than a bottle of vodka on an empty stomach. However, despite the feeling of exhilaration welling up within him, outwardly, Arkady Ivanovich remained as calm as an iceberg off the Icelandic coast. 10 years of work and careful planning were about to pay off. Just 6 more months, and the Rat clan would acquire vast new territories and riches. He especially relished the expression on that young pup's face.
the death mage who aspired to become the principal rat heir, but ended up cleaning up after the assassins. Witnesses were unnecessary, and it wasn't even about the money. The price could have been steeper, but Arkady Ivanovich liked to cover all his bases. Who knew if some soldier might suddenly remember his honor or, heaven forbid, his conscience? Professional ethics still mattered. This way, by arranging the disappearance of the Komarin heir as well as a well-trained unit of ex-soldiers, he could later claim that the whole thing was a conflict of interest and pin the deaths on the assassins while concealing the role of the one pulling the strings. On his way to see Count Orlov, Arkady Ivanovich had no idea how the old warrior would take the news. The Minister of Defense stood by the window, sipping brandy, at 1 in the afternoon. Even Arkady Ivanovich's famous restraint slipped. His eyebrows crawled up his forehead in mute surprise. "I read your report about the Komarins. Excellent work." The minister finished his glass in one gulp. "Since you're so involved, I'd like you to see this matter through. I realize this isn't exactly your area of expertise, but, forgive me, there's no one else I trust to handle this." The Count turned from the window, returning thoughtfully to his chair. "I want you to go to Hmarevo, supervise the investigation, and oversee the estate's restoration. There's been much too many assassination attempts against one clan. My men will take control for now, and we'll decide the rest as we go." The personal secretary bowed, clicking his heels. He was beaming to himself. Orlov was unwittingly sending him to settle into his new domain. He'd need to find some clues that would lead to a dead end or another scapegoat in order to justify a longer stay. But so far, everything was aligning unbelievably well. And Orlov didn't even know there was no one left to save. The Komarin bloodline was gone. It had been, and now it was no more. Chapter 8. The safe house turned out to be a cozy 2-story manor with a garden and a small dock on one of the myriad canals that crisscross St. Petersburg. I liked the location, which came with the bonus of an escape route via the canal. The manor itself was not too grand, but far from modest, and therefore perfect for blending into high society, where the correct appearance was often worth more than how much money you had. And since my new alias, Gavrila Vinogradov, had aristocratic blood but no title, social status was something I had to consider carefully. To my surprise, we were expected. To unlock the house, I had to dip the key in blood before inserting it into the lock and turning it, a clever invention of Agatha Petrovna. She really had been an amazing woman when it came to blood magic. I was beginning to realize I'd underestimated her potential as one of the top 50 in my world's ranks. She was still scoring points, and something told me there'd be more surprises from her to come. After this friend or foe check, I stepped inside my new residence. We were greeted by a tall, reed-thin butler, a plump, gray-haired housekeeper, and a pair of maids with such unremarkable faces that plain as a mouse didn't do them justice. "Welcome, Gavrila Petrovich. Your bedroom has been prepared for you, and the guest rooms are ready as well. We are ready to serve you a late dinner if you wish. The baths are drawn and heated." Now that's what I call service. "Thank you. This young lady isn't well. Assist her with food and hygiene, and let me know when she's ready for her treatment," I said with a grimace, already picturing what this treatment would entail. But there was no choice. I needed her in reasonably decent shape, so I'd have to bear it. "I will have my dinner in the study, please." The maids took the girl by her arms and carried her upstairs, while I followed the butler to the study. Not bad. The room was furnished with fine wood, a marble fireplace, a thick carpet, bookshelves, and a stand with ceremonial weapons. Simple and tasteful, fit for hosting guests. The butler brought me my dinner, broth, sliced meats, medium-rare beef, and a salad. "Gavrila Petrovich, after the treatment session, will you require a top-up?" I hesitated for only a moment before nodding, scanning the servants with my gift. All blood-bound, all Comorin faithful, all sworn to oaths of service. The plain maids, as it turned out, were also quite powerful level 5 mages. They had no elemental affinities, but I'd figure that out later. The butler was a level 4 fire mage, and the housekeeper was a healer of the same level. Grandpa, you genius! What a team he'd put together! How much did this all cost? Not for the first time, I wondered about the sources of my new family's wealth. "Minerals," came Adie's voice as he appeared in human form, settling into an armchair by the fireplace. He looked like a dandy in a black suit with a cane and a crimson neck scarf. His face was indistinct, with sunglasses in an adamantine frames perched on his nose, obscuring his eyes. "I'm honored to welcome my patron god to my humble residence." I bowed my head in greeting and sat down in the armchair next to him. He acknowledged my greeting with a graceful nod. "Minerals are the primary source of your wealth," he went on. "After the first cross-dimensional breach was sealed, geologists discovered that the very nature of the affected area had changed. I didn't delve into the details, but the metals we extracted were sold directly to the defense industry for armor. Some mega-energetic agglomerates, what you call macros, were also unearthed, and those ended up in the private stores of the wealthiest clans by means of secret auctions. So the Comorins made good money, but true to their word, they kept a low profile and did their duty guarding the anomalies. For 300 years, your family administered its domain with a steady hand, while the world all around them rotted. Thank you for the information. It's invaluable, especially given the recent breach. I'll have my bannermen seal off any access to the breach site." Hades grew quiet, gazing distantly at the fire. I didn't rush him. If a god decided to honor me with his attention, he had his reasons, and I wasn't wrong. "How long will the treatment take?" he finally asked, cutting to the heart of the matter. "At most, 6 months. With my current powers, I can only manage 1 session a month." "That's too long." "There are 3 possible outcomes: alive, healthy, and gifted. If I go as fast as I can only guarantee 2 out of 3, I replied with a shrug, fully understanding I wouldn't choose that option even if ordered. In the worst case, I'd have to go back to my home plane to heal her, but I couldn't make that journey as long as my hand remained sealed. "She has 4 months. Then the Kitsune clan will cut her off from its blood link with a ritual. It seems that a cadet branch of the family is stirring things up, looking to install their own heir in her place." "What about Kitsune herself? Can't she just handle the troublemakers?" I was genuinely puzzled now. Gods, after all, had the power to bless and curse. They could do practically anything, so why not put upstart followers in their place? My skepticism must have been clear, and Hades' face soured as if he'd bitten into a lemon. "If only it were that simple. Our kind has, well, restrictions on interfering with the lives of our believers. Just imagine what would happen if all the gods decided to grant their blood-bound superpowers. A war would follow, wiping out entire families and ultimately weakening the gods. The same applies to curses or overt displays of power. Kitsune could curse or banish Akira, the upstart I mentioned, but that would cost her a chunk of her followers, and in turn, her power. We gods always have to maintain a balance in which the mortals and gods remain separate. I understood what he was saying, and yet Hades had pulled me from another plane. There seemed no clearer example of gods meddling with mortals to me. I didn't even want to guess how much of his power the maneuver had cost him. I know what you're thinking, but yours was a special case. An emergency impelled me to take drastic measures. Don't ever mention that you're from another plane around here, not even to your wife on her deathbed. There could be consequences. In our world, people don't just dislike plane hoppers like you. They destroy them on principle. The conversation had taken an enlightening turn. I hadn't planned to broadcast my foreign origins, but I hadn't expected outright persecution either. Back to the matter at hand. Kitsune would be very grateful if you could manage to heal Teimei sooner. Hades removed his glasses, revealing enormous compound eyes. And here's a small gift to aid you in Teimei's recovery. How unexpected! I took the glasses and tried them on. The world transformed instantly, first going dark, then bursting into vibrant colors. Looking at Hades, I barely kept myself from recoiling in shock. He was energy, pure, searing. It twisted, shifted in shape and intensity. I wanted to reach out, drink it in, submerge myself in it. I'd never seen so many shades of blood in my long existence. It was entrancing, captivating, and I had to force myself to look away. "Well done," my patron praised my self-control. "Few can resist the temptation. You'll figure out the artifact. There are some surprises hidden in it." Kitsune was generous on behalf of her heir. Imagine her gratitude if you heal her in time. I wasn't so optimistic about my chances, so I changed the subject. "Any luck arranging a meeting with Muscadine? I passed along your request but received no response." I thanked Hades sincerely. Without him, I'd have had no chance of reaching another god, much less gaining a bonus artifact like these spectacles. I'd have to test them a bit to find out what surprises they had in store. Lost in thought, I realized my family totem had vanished without a farewell. It was just as well. He'd already gone above and beyond for my requests. Remembering what Hades had said, I contacted Spider through our blood link. My conversation with the Mosquito Commander was brief. I ordered him to keep everyone away from the breach site until I gave the go-ahead. As long as I remained missing in action, no one, not even the Ministry of Defense, could claim my lands. I had a fair suspicion that the swamp, post-breach, had become a priceless source of family wealth. Then I asked Spider how things were going with the recruits, or the wrigglers, as the mosquitoes called them. "Hawthorne has Bear on the run. The girls have formed an alliance, so the guys have become incels. On the upside, the breach really boosted their motivation regarding the training," Spider reported succinctly. "Hawthorne also asked about you. I had to tell her that the ministry called you up for training as a promising seal mage. She didn't believe it, but she didn't ask more questions." Smart girl. If she knows when to hold her tongue, she might make a good personal healer. But that's far in the future. For now, I needed to tend to Kitsune's heir, Teimei. Without her help and Muscadine's permission, I could only act remotely. And if I really wanted to provoke my enemies, I had plenty of work ahead of me. It seemed the maids had misunderstood how to prepare Teimei for treatment. She smelled of delicate floral perfume and wore something sheer and white, barely clothing in the loosest sense. And loose was not what I could say about my pants at the sight of her. Despite her frail appearance, Teimei was well-proportioned, reminding me of bamboo, stiff, resilient, and deadly. Her dark hair fanned out on the pillow as groans slipped from her lips, not of pleasure or desire, but of pain from her withdrawals. I knew I could help with that, but I had to get her to a stable state first. Shaking all unprofessional thoughts from my head, I scanned her with my blood sense. In her energy schema, black patches stained her arms and even her inner thighs. From these, tendrils extended out through her body, clinging to her vital organs and lymph nodes. The main energy channels looked like sausages that had been gnawed by starving dogs. This was bad. No wonder the healers couldn't help. The energy they invested in her would simply leak out of her like out of a sieve. I'd have to stanch the loss of life force from her before working on her energy contours. Taimei shivered violently, her body coated in sweat that plastered the thin fabric to her skin. It was quite an alluring sight. But those who get distracted can't work with blood. So I set to work. I'd always thought of blood as an almost divine essence, like a kind of demiurge. Blood had its own peculiar perspective and only helped those who shared its views, which didn't necessarily align with good or evil. Motive and cause mattered more to blood than any moral considerations. This ritual would make Taimei a servant to my will, even a puppet, but it would hold her on the edge of death. A double standard. Just as Agatha Petrovna had created a duplicate control contour in the armored car linked to the mosquito's blood offerings, I would do something similar with Taimei, anchoring her to me. It had drained me heavily, needing nearly a basin of blood to sustain. But if I could endure the first month, the bond would become easier to bear afterward. I grabbed a letter opener from the study, a razor-sharp tool perfect for my purpose. After removing her robe, I began the ancient, simple ritual. It required me to carve matching runes on both of us, establishing a crude but powerful barrier against the poison saturating her system. Not only did I encase each of her organs in my blood and will, but I had to take direct control over their functions. I'd be monitoring her decayed, energy-drained body for a month. Every failure would feel like my own pain, but the suffering would be well worth it. Blood magic might lack flash, but never effectiveness. The next 3 hours were more like a farmer plowing a field than a grand mage performing miracles with a flick of the wand. With each rune I carved on myself, I carved an identical one on Taimei. Our blood mingled, almost reacting chemically. The poison had all but replaced her own blood, so that only faint traces remained of her once powerful magic and ancient lineage. It seemed that she was alive out of sheer stubbornness and the power she had been born with. I couldn't determine exactly what that was, but that wasn't the goal right now. Rune by rune, I took control over the body of Kitsune's heiress. But as I worked, I realized Misha's strength wasn't enough for the duplicate circuit. "Bring me strong, fresh blood," I ordered the butler through the blood link. Moments later, he entered silently with 2 goblets. I scanned their contents and was surprised to find one contained fresh blood from a maid, and the other the same, mixed with local herbs and powders. "What are the additives in the second goblet?" I asked, not out of curiosity, but because my hands were already trembling from exertion. 2/3 of my vital organs were twisting from the pain Taimei felt, and my blood sense was spurring me to drink from the goblets as soon as I could. "Ingredients from the family estates, herbs, pollen, ground-up macros."
No wonder it felt so nourishing. This blood contained components altered by otherworldly influence, possibly even from my world. Without a second thought, I downed both goblets, first the pure blood, then the cocktail. Euphoria surged through me. The pain washed away in a wave, leaving only a slight ache and tingling at the sites of the freshly carved runes.
I'd have to investigate the local alchemy a little closer if it could have an effect like this. After that, the rest of the ritual went smoother. The runes formed a complex pattern on our skins, linking me to Teme. I carved the last rune on her forehead. It took some work, but it came out beautifully. On my own body, however, I carved it into the nape of my neck, hiding it under my hair. Who knows what the locals might think of someone with a blood rune on their forehead? When I finished the ritual, I collapsed onto the bed, which was large enough to fit a harem. The blood infusion still gave me strength, but it was fading quickly due to the constant drain from Teme. I'd have to find a steady source of sustenance, or I'd drain my maids dry. And with that, I drifted off into a doze, only to be woken at the best part of a dream involving a healthy, grateful Teme. "This one?" an unfamiliar, irritated voice asked. "This one," Hades sighed. "A complete lunatic," the first voice remarked, with a trace of admiration. "Not just that, but persistent and lucky," my patron added, with what sounded suspiciously like pride. "Lucky? In what way?" the unknown voice replied skeptically. "Remember Kitsune's seven-tailed heir who vanished so mysteriously?" "Vaguely." "He found her. He's treating her now." Their voices trailed off as a warm sensation scanned over me. "Clumsy, but determined," the stranger mused. "Such people either destroy their clans or elevate them for centuries." It seemed that Muscadine had agreed to my proposal for a parley. I forced myself to shake off the remnants of the pleasant dream and opened my eyes to the divine nowhere. I'd been braced for Hades in his true form, but I hadn't expected a towering humanoid figure made of grapevines. I'd been thinking maybe a talking bush or something. "What bush?" the deity snarled instantly, sending a dozen vines in my direction, sharp enough to skewer me. "Are you mad?" "Oh, that's incredible! I want that!" I was genuinely thrilled by Muscadine's reaction. "Could I have 2 patron gods?" "Have you lost your mind?" Both gods' voices snapped in unison, utterly unrefined. Silence followed. They clearly didn't appreciate my little joke. "Forgive me. I'm tired and not fully awake yet. It was a poor joke, I admit it," I said quickly. "Oh, great Muscadine, blessed be your vines. I have a business proposition for you." The gods looked at me with clear irritation, but one needed me to restore his clan, while the other seemed intrigued in what I could offer him. In any case, neither tried to crush me, so it was time to get to the pith of my proposal. I really did have something to offer Muscadine. "I'm asking your permission to temporarily cloak the Comaran family ring with the illusion of your patronage. In exchange, I will find you a strong, capable heir who will restore the Vinogradov lineage to its former glory." Chapter 9. The next morning found me groggy and spent. I'd spent half the night negotiating with Muscadine. Somewhere around the midpoint, Hades left, announcing that he had more pressing matters to attend to, but not before reminding me of my oath. At this, Muscadine let out a grating, vine-like creak of frustration, clearly disappointed at missing his chance to poach me into his clan. After that, our negotiations only intensified. In the end, we agreed that Muscadine would not only grant me permission to cloak my family ring with an illusory Vinogradov sigil, but he'd also provide me with an artifact infused with ancestral Muscadine magic as proof of my identity. In exchange, I promised to secure a new heir for his family within 1 year, one way or another. The idea of asking for an artifact came to me from Kitsune's gift. If one goddess was willing to spare no expense for her heir, perhaps Muscadine might do the same. He did, though his generosity had its limits.
The artifact he gave me only held enough magic for 3 uses, so I'd have to ration it carefully. When the butler, who was also my valet, came to wake me, he was speechless with shock. Not only was there now a ring with a grapevine motif on my finger, but a tiny grape cluster amethyst earring sparkled in my ear. The poor man's mouth opened and closed like a fish tossed ashore, his face reddening as if he were on the verge of apoplexy. "It's not what you're thinking," I murmured through the blood link as testament to my continued affiliation with the Comorin clan. My disguise here must be convincing. Instead of reassuring him, this statement only deepened his shock. For a second, I thought he might keel over. He could grasp transferring from one clan to another, but a divine-level disguise was another matter entirely. "Gavrila Petrovich," he croaked after a long silence, "your grandfather would be proud. Where shall I serve you your breakfast?" "In my study. And bring me the morning papers. It's time to reacquaint myself with the St. Petersburg beau monde." The butler had almost reached the door when I called him back. "I'm certain my grandfather never introduced us, but I'd like to know my people by name." "My name is Arseny, Your Excellency," he replied, deliberately addressing me by my honorific and breaking with the cover story, but acknowledging my authority. "The housekeeper is Maria, and the maids are Vera and Nadia." I nodded in acknowledgement. "Arseny, assuming we have a carriage in the household, order the coachman to paint the Vinogradov crest on it. I'll also need a personal commulet and calling cards with my number." "Consider it done, sir," the butler replied, smiling into his mustache. "Do you have any preferences for the card's design?" "Blood red with golden grape leaves, and no name, just the number." Arseny mulled this over. "I believe we can have it ready for you this evening, sir." 15 minutes later, refreshed from a bath and finally dressed in a light indoor suit rather than the Comarin field uniform, I sat in the study, sipping coffee and perusing the papers. The Imperial Gazette treated me to news about the final rounds of the freshman tournament at the Imperial Academy, which meant that in this world the youth were pitted against each other from the very outset. Then again, this could be the best way to select the most talented prospects. I considered that I, too, would probably have to enroll in the academy, as per the local custom. Better to do it while the seal still dampened my powers. Otherwise, I feared what their local artifacts might make of my skill in blood magic. It would be possible to skip this step, as my grandfather had planned for Mikhail, yet there's no better place to make the connections you'll need later on in life than in the foremost school in the land.
Money won't solve everything, and relying on Count Orlov for protection was beneath me. The Comarins had already lived in secrecy, conducting affairs solely with the Ministry of Defense. Had they had influential friends and business partners, perhaps they'd have found a way out without having to involve me. The Social Bulletin offered a goldmine of intel relevant to my interests. After reading about who'd gotten into drunken brawls with who'd been caught in compromising positions, and whose parties had been the wildest, I formed a plan for my outing that evening. The front page bore an announcement of an upcoming international flower exposition and florist competition to be inaugurated in a week by their Imperial Highnesses Princess Maria and Prince Andrei, the children of the Emperor. That was a must. If I planned to re-enter society, I might as well do it in high style. I even had an idea for how to make a splash at the international florist competition. But for now, I'd toss my first grenade into the wasp's nest. I quickly wrote 2 notes and summoned Arseny to the study. The butler appeared almost immediately, as if he'd been expecting orders. "Arseny, find a boy who's quick on his feet and have him discreetly pay for ads in the imperial papers.
Have the Imperial Gazette publish an announcement in the next issue on behalf of the Ministry of Defense, and have the same appear in the Social Bulletin a bit later on behalf of the Heraldic Service. I grinned, imagining the reaction my little prank would cause. And I'll also need some pristine white roses to experiment on. 10 dozen should do. The stress was making Marcus's hands shake. Only 3 days had passed since his last assignment, and already 4 of his former comrades were unreachable. He'd ordered them to lie low, but not so low as to ignore even their own commander's calls. Jiva burst in without knocking. Despite being over 50, she was as slight and dark-haired as the girl he'd met in the service 30 years ago. "Marcus, it's a death mage," she squeaked in a shaky voice. Her body trembled like an aspen leaf, and she seemed to jump at every sound. "We're all done for." "Calm down, Jiva. What are you trying to tell me?" The commander tried to reassure the lone life mage in their team, offering her a glass of water, but she covered her face with her hands and broke into bitter sobs, broken by fragmented phrases. "We've been set up. He'll come for all of us. They're covering their tracks. We're already dead. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. We have to get out of here. I'm so afraid. They're all dead, Marcus, all 4. Marcus latched on to that last part. Exactly that many team members had stopped responding to his calls. "How do you know this, Shiva? What happened to them?" The mage's sobs only grew worse, so Marcus took the most straightforward approach. He quickly poured whiskey into a glass and handed it to her. "Drink this, now." She took a few gulps, coughing as she caught her breath. Her sobs began to ease. "Now, start from the beginning." "It's all because of those damned Camarins." Overcoming Teme's drug addiction in one fell swoop was impossible, so I had to gradually reduce the dosage. All day I monitored her condition, quietly relieved that, at the very least, it wasn't getting worse. But by evening, everything had changed. Wild convulsions racked the girl as if she'd been possessed by demons from the nether plane. And I was right there with her. The runes weren't working properly. While they gave me the willpower to control and resist the chemistry in Teme's body, unfortunately, Mikhail's blood was not strong enough. This meant I would have to dive into an entirely unfamiliar type of magic to tear the girl from death's grip. Draining the 3rd cup of blood from Nadia and Vera, I already knew this would only delay the problem, not solve it. So the idea of finding myself a pool of blood, once figurative, was beginning to take on a very literal meaning. "Arseny, I need fresh animal blood, preferably pigs, and more supplements from our ancestral lands." "How much?" Arseny replied through the blood link. My butler's composure and determination were impressive. If something was needed, then it was needed. "Fill the basin 2/3 full." "It will be ready in an hour," came the mental reply after a brief pause. An hour later, I was sitting up to my neck in warm blood, holding an unconscious Teme close to my chest. The abundance of blood caused a sense of exhilaration to bubble within me, tinged with a professional anger. In my previous life, I could have treated her affliction in one session, but here, with my limited powers, I had to reinvent the wheel and wade into unfamiliar magical territories. Not only had I painted myself and her in runes, like some traditional handicraft, but now I also had to heal her. Healing wasn't my thing. I was as much of a healer as a headsman is a surgeon, but when life is at stake, one has no choice but to learn. I carefully opened a vein on my arm to enhance my control. Sure, I could have worked only with animal blood, but I wouldn't have been able to finesse it like Hawthorne could. so I made it easier on myself. That's me, ever the opportunist. Activating my gift, I studied the results of the previous ritual, disappointed. I had hardly achieved anything with my artistic endeavors. The only real change was that Teme's internal organs had lightened from black to graphite gray. But by cutting off the poison's nourishment from her organs, I had unwittingly redirected that filth to her already shredded magical centers and energy channels, triggering today's crisis. Now I had to deal with the consequences of my own short-sightedness. Well, it was customary to pay for mistakes in blood, and that's exactly what I was going to do now. Having drained nearly a liter of my own blood, I leaned back, slipping into a meditative trance. My task now was to feel Teme's auxiliary contour, as if it were my own body, and command the blood to repair the internal damage to her channels. Unlike Hawthorne, I wasn't about to micromanage it. I let the blood restore her mana channels in a manner akin to the circulatory system. For lack of anything better, it would have to do. Magically speaking, watching the struggle between the poison, my blood, and the herbal supplements was fascinating. I felt almost like a spectator at a gladiator bout. Step by step, my soldiers pushed the invaders out of Teme's body, liberating channel after channel, node after node, core after core. It was so mesmerizing that I didn't notice when I passed out. I woke up to a tickling sensation. I was lying on soft green grass, notably naked. There hadn't been any point in getting into the tub clothed, hence my current state of undress. Who could have known I'd be summoned as a guest? A tiny cherry-red fox was nudging my ear with her nose, barking and growling adorably. "So, this is what you look like, Teme of the Cherry Kitsune clan." I scratched the fox behind her ear and smiled at the magical representation of my patient. The fox, in turn, melted into a blissful grin and even purred a little. "And this is what you look like, stranger from another world," a whisper echoed in my thoughts. "How did you reach me? No one has been able to for the past 5 years. Even my mother goddess cannot hear me." The fox's melancholy voice was at odds with her playful demeanor as she darted back and forth across the meadow. "Blood magic is vastly underestimated in this world," I shrugged. "As is illusion magic," Teme chuckled. "But if you're here, it means you need something. What do you want?" "I won't lie. I need your help. That's why I'm trying to heal you now. You won't like my methods, I'm afraid." I paused, searching for the right words, but eventually gave up. "Call it what you will. Slavery is still slavery." "You think I enjoyed bringing the fantasies of perverts to life in a brothel?" The little fox sat down before me, tilting her head to one side. "Compared to what I've had to endure over the last 5 years, your fantasies are the very model of virtue." I didn't even flinch at her remark. I'd already suspected this was a conjured dream, and Teme had just confirmed my suspicion. "So, what about your methods?" The fox brought me back to the topic at hand. "I've enslaved you," I admitted. "Your body, magical nodes, and mana channels are being restored through a duplicate contour using my will and my blood. If it works, you'll owe me your life." "Will it work?" Teme asked with doubt. "There's hardly anything left to restore. I shouldn't have survived this long on that filth." "Only Aedes knows," I confessed honestly. "It's not just drugs. It's some wild mix of curse, parasite, and alchemy. At first, I tried to restore your vital organs and systems, but all I managed was to push that filth onto the remnants of your energy channels and magical nodes. So I had to load myself with blood to try to counterbalance it all, and not die from the unforgettable experience of treating you. But I fear even that won't be enough.
It won't. But what if we help each other? I have an idea.
She has an idea, but of course. I was caught between wild laughter and the thrill of excitement. If Teimei's scheme worked, I was in for an unforgettable spectacle tonight. I just hoped I wouldn't end up part of it by accident. It was well past midnight when my carriage pulled up in front of Count Vidrin's mansion.
I had already identified this as one of the places where breaking into high society would be easiest. More than a third of the scandalous articles in the gossip columns began or ended with a reference to this mansion. But even I would never have thought of doing what Teimei proposed. The carriage stopped at the front entrance. The revelry was in full swing. Music, bursts of laughter, and half-dressed ballerinas running into the garden to escape lecherous aristocrats confirmed that we had arrived at the right address. The coachman opened the door, allowing me to step out with the girl in my arms. The black silk kimono, obtained by Arseni for the occasion, accentuated Teimei's aristocratic pallor and her fragile figure. I made a show of walking unsteadily from too much drink, my dazed gaze completing my guise of a tipsy nobleman. At the mansion's entrance, a shriveled old man with a penetrating look blocked our path. "Sir, may I ask who you are here to see, and why?" "Us?" I drawled in mock confusion, and then slurred without waiting for an answer. "We've got a gift. The Count ordered something exotic. Here." I pushed the Asian girl up to the butler's nose, making him flinch. "Go right ahead, sir," he rasped, seeing us off with his eyes, before turning to a squealing pair of ballerinas who'd been cheerfully dancing the can-can on the edge of a fountain, and who, as if on cue, toppled into it. Things were lively here indeed, even without us, and with us they would be livelier still. I resolutely made my way through the crowd of inebriated nobles. We were met with whistles, exclamations, and crude remarks. Some even tried to get in line. Moreover, a part of the guests, seeing such an exotic gift, joined our strange procession, anticipating its unwrapping. I, however, was looking for the man of the hour. Count Pyotr Semyonovich Vidrin had been mourning his failed engagement with the daughter of his business partner, Duke Kasatkin, for a month now. The young bride-to-be was wealthy, sure, but she wasn't easy on the eyes, so Vidrin didn't feel too bad about the breakup, and had been drowning his sorrows for a month now in the company of friends and courtesans. It was unlikely that one could find a happier jilted groom in all of St. Petersburg than Pyotr Semyonovich. I'd seen Duchess Kasatkina's portrait in the newspaper just yesterday. If I'd been given such a blessing, I'd have been mourning for a month too, if not longer. With such a wife, even polygamy wouldn't be any consolation, since the law required equal respect and thus equal satisfaction for all spouses. All in all, I understood the Count, which is why tonight could really be a gift for him. Teimei had promised to do her utmost. Finally reaching the ballroom, I found Pyotr Semyonovich in the company of two half-dressed young women. One was openly comforting him under the table, while the other offered her ample bosom, a C-cup at least, as a shoulder to cry on. The Count responded to our appearance by turning his flushed face and downing a shot of vodka from his elbow. Lacking a proper chaser, Pyotr Semyonovich made do with his companion's cleavage. Perfect! I stopped before Vidrin and, with a flourish, yanked the tablecloth along with all its contents off the table. In their stead, the polished oak tabletop received Teimei. The poor Count sobered up slightly at the sight of such a gift. "Pyotr Semyonovich, allow me to introduce myself. I am Gavrila Petrovich Vinogradov." I bowed dramatically.
I've heard of your grief, and thus I couldn't help but concern myself with a consolatory gift. This is for you." Like a magician, I deftly pulled on the thin silk belt, which until now had fastened the kimono to Teimei's body.
In the deafening silence, only the sound of rustling fabric and the guests swallowing their drool could be heard. The humble word orgy didn't even begin to describe what happened next in Count Pyotr Semyonovich Vidrin's mansion. Everyone joined in, aristocrats, courtesans, even the servants. It was the first time I'd seen illusion magic used at such scale. And Teimei herself remained lying on the table, untouched and invisible to everyone but me, even as she conjured and radiated an aura of pure sex. The moans of pleasure grew louder, partners switched like gloves, and people used whatever implements for sexual satisfaction they could get their hands on. At one point, I even noticed the old butler, with a blissful smile, mounting a plump actress. Indeed, I had brought true happiness to this humble abode. No less than 2 hours had passed since our arrival when the kitsune heiress began to recover. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkled with the energy she had drained from the gifted nobles around her. With an incredibly sensual movement, she sat up on the table, parting her thighs just slightly, and beckoned to me with her finger. Her promising tongue slid across her upper lip. Hypnotized, I moved toward Teimei, fully aware that my desire was nothing but an illusion, yet unable to resist her invitation. Only a single step separated me from the Asian illusionist when a polite cough sounded behind me, followed by an all-too-familiar voice. "Well, you certainly know how to throw a party. I think I'll hang around this plane a little longer, if you don't mind." I turned around slowly, expecting to see Vidrin's mansion half destroyed by an interdimensional rift with Tilda protruding out of it to check out the commotion. But instead, at the entrance to the ballroom, stood a stunning naked beauty with pearlescent skin and violet hair cascading down to below her waist. "Tilda, if I'd known you looked like this, I might have married you in a past life." I gazed at my friend, who had abandoned her habitual octopus form for this beautiful human one, with genuine admiration. "Oh, come on! Back then you were interested in someone else, and I decided not to add fuel to your already complicated relationships." While we exchanged pleasantries, Teimei grew annoyed. Apparently she wasn't used to having her pleasure spoiled. Sliding fluidly off the tabletop, she appeared in front of Tilda in an instant and decided to go all in. Without any hesitation, the kitsune heiress passionately kissed the interloper. My friend mused thoughtfully as soon as the Asian girl pulled away. "If you have no plans for this lady, I'd like to have some fun with her." Teimei's face took on such a stunned expression that I couldn't hold back my laughter, for which I received an angry glare. "Who is this dyed hag?" the Asian girl hissed like an angry cat. "And why doesn't my magic work on her?" "Dyed? This is my natural color." Matilda playfully twirled a violet lock around her finger, then demonstratively changed her hair to black and slightly lengthened her nails. Teimei's eyes grew as wide as saucers, yet Tilda was only beginning to tease the young fox girl. "Let's not fight, ladies," I intervened in the brewing quarrel. "We really should get out of here before we become the subjects of public gossip." "It's always like this," Tilda pouted. "No sooner do I arrive than the party ends. Why do we have to leave in the middle of all the fun?" "Let her stay," the Asian girl snorted.
"I'll give her such a ride that the best brothels in the world will envy her." "All right, both of you, out you go," I commanded the two feisty vixens. "We'll talk at home." To my surprise, the girls obeyed and headed for the exit in silence.
Surely somewhere a pig had taken wing. We picked up our coachman along the way, pulling him off some maid. The lad gawked around in bewilderment, I guess having witnessing such rampant and widespread debauchery for the first time. We got into the carriage without conversation, but I deemed it necessary to provide some clarification. First of all, Tilda, this is Teimei, heiress of the Cherry Kitsune. She lives with me under a life debt. Once she works it off, she'll return home, I explained. Teimei is an illusionist with the ability to induce sexual fantasies and even bring some of them to life, through which she gains a heap of energy from everyone she ensnares. Tilda nodded, taking in the information. All her feigned hurt and sarcasm evaporated like dew in the sun. When necessary, she could be extremely focused and serious. Now you, I pointed a finger at Teimei. I thought we agreed that you wouldn't use your magic on me. Is this how you keep your promises? The kitsune lowered her head, hiding her eyes and saying nothing in reply. It wasn't magic. Don't be hard on the girl, Tilda laughed. She lost her head from gorging on mana. That kind of thing happens. And you need to get yourself a lover, or you'll start confusing magic with ordinary lust. Teimei blushed sweetly, confirming Tilda's point. So that's how it was. It was the fox girl's personal initiative, and I had misunderstood everything. I won't deny it was pleasant, but somehow we never managed to finish what we start, either in dreams or reality. Someone always interrupts.
Teimei, this is Tilda, my friend, and I hesitated, trying to find a way to explain the nature of our relationship, and finally settled on a more or less suitable word: bodyguard. As you've noticed, her magic is peculiar. She can also shapeshift into an animal. I won't say which, but she could swallow your little fox without choking. So it's best not to anger her. Teimei nodded and turned to look out the carriage window, still keeping her head down. Well then, I'll inform Teimei about moving on to the second part of the plan to find the killers of my family tomorrow. For now, after casting a glance at these two such different women connected to me by chance and my own whim, I decided that they needed some better clothes. Seeing the naked Tilda and the kimono-wrapped Teimei was undeniably pleasant, but I'm not made of iron. My young body craved love and affection, especially from such beauties, so I decided to rid myself of unnecessary temptation. Still, the idea of getting a mistress definitely appealed to me. Arseny didn't even bat an eye upon seeing the new member of our company, a rock-solid stoic. It seemed that Tilda also appreciated my butler's composure and sang-froid. After accommodating the ladies for the night in the guest rooms, Arseny appeared in my study in response to my summons through the blood link. Gavrila Petrovich, the newspaper ads have been submitted. They'll appear in tomorrow's and Friday's editions. The crest on the carriage has been updated. Here is your commulet and calling cards. Arseny handed me the magical communication device and a beautiful cigarette case, masterfully repurposed as a card holder. The roses have been delivered and are currently in the cellar. The ladies have been settled. I have sent a light supper to their quarters. Oh, Hades, if only I'd had such support in my past life. I guess I'd earned enough karma back then to be granted such happiness in this one.
Thank you, Arseny. I took a satisfying sip of the scalding hot, strong coffee. The rest of the night I would have to spend sleepless, and my conscience wouldn't allow me to draw blood from Nadja and Vera for sustenance. So I had to perk up the old-fashioned way. Do we have a map of the city? I need to understand where the Ministry of Defense and the Heraldic Service are located. If I may. Waiting for my nod, Arseny walked behind me and took a small oval and azure stone from the shelf. This is a detailed and scalable map of the city. You need only insert it into the reader and think of the place you wish to look up. The reader turned out to be a crystal egg that opened into two halves. Placing the stone inside and closing the lid, I thought of the Ministry of Defense building. A hologram of the city appeared above the table, divided into sectors, one of which glowed green. After a couple of seconds, it zoomed in, and one of the clusters of buildings was highlighted. How convenient! In the same way, I thought about the heraldic service. Now understanding where everything was located, I could personally pay a visit to the head of the heraldic service, Count Zubrov. It was time to fulfill the promise I'd made to Muscadine. I would try the local methods first, and if they didn't help, I would resort to my own. Arseny, please find a dressmaker for our ladies. It's unbecoming for them to be without outfits. I tried to estimate what Teme and Tilda might need. For now, order a couple of home dresses and one formal outfit for each. And don't forget the accessories, hats, shoes, a handbag, and matching lingerie. I hadn't even finished speaking when a request came through the blood link from the housekeeper Maria. Gavrila Petrovich, the young ladies are asking for more wine and snacks. They're celebrating some kind of double breakthrough.
Shall I fulfill their request? The housekeeper was clearly embarrassed to ask my permission in the middle of the night, but saw no other option. So the two furies had already hit it off, and the night hadn't even ended yet. Well, what could I say? "Send it over, Maria," I laughed, imagining Teme's state in the morning. Tilda would be just fine. She could outdrink a dragon, let alone a small, fragile Asian girl. But the Kitsune heiress would regret her morning hangover quite a bit. Maybe I should crash their girls' night. The idea was tempting in that it could very well end in sex, whether real or illusory. On the other hand, I decided to give the girls a chance to get to know each other better, and I headed to the cellar to tinker with the roses. Something told me that it would take more than ordinary tricks to impress the Emperor's daughter. I'd have to think of something more spectacular. Nevertheless, I still dropped by the girls' quarters before dawn. Surprisingly, they were both equally wasted, which didn't prevent Teme from casting an illusion on me of such quality that I was amazed. Even Tilda was startled sober when she saw whose guise had been placed on me. And the fox girl had simply taken my true otherworldly appearance, which she had seen in the green meadow. Hiccuping drunkenly, she confessed that only this image remained in her memory, so it was either that or she could turn me into Tilda. The choice was obvious, but now I had to get used to seeing my true reflection in the mirror again. The Minister of Defense had spent the night at work and awoke to a suspicious clamor on the street outside his windows. Since his personal secretary had left on assignment, Count Orloff didn't hesitate to go down to the first floor to find out what was happening and why an agitated crowd had gathered outside the Ministry of Defense building. The office staff were running around like scalded cats.
Yelling, swearing, and arguing resounded throughout the massive compound. As he entered the Department for Civilian Affairs, Daniel Andreevich caught the tail end of the speech the department head had been making. "Find me the prankster and launch him so deep into the nether plane that he'll never again forget what it means to joke with the Ministry of Defense." "And what shall we do with the crowd?" one of the subordinates squeaked, tucking his head into his shoulders. "Disperse them! With water cannon and chain lightning, whatever you want!" barked the department head, leading Count Orloff to consider that it was time to seriously address personnel policy. "If the Ministry of Defense uses force against its own citizens, we'll be the ones sent to the nether plane." Everyone in the office whipped around upon hearing the minister's formidable voice. Now it was the turn of the head of the Department for Citizen Affairs to seek safety in his shoulders. It was well known that if Count Orloff was bellowing with rage, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, if the minister spoke calmly, as he did now, a mass of barely restrained menace was accumulating behind his words, and if the levee broke... Now, "What is the matter?" the minister addressed the intimidated clerk.
Your Excellency, the Imperial Gazette published this public notice this morning. The crowd outside began to assemble a half-hour ago.
The young man handed the minister a somewhat crumpled newspaper. The front page bore a public notice that read as follows: "The Ministry of Defense announces a reward for any information on the whereabouts and condition of Baron Mikhail Yuryevich Komarin, MIA. The reward will be paid upon provision of verifiable evidence of his current condition." The notice had a lone mosquito printed in its corner. Daniel Andreevich was used to thinking quickly in critical situations. If not for the mosquito symbol, he might have taken this notice as some prank. In light of the constant attempts on the Komarin family scions, however, the printed symbol struck him as a sure sign that there was more to this. "Assign 2 mentalists to this case. Interview anyone who comes forward. I will personally guarantee bounties of 10 to 50,000 rubles to anyone who provides useful information. The mages are to report to me personally and no one else." The Count surveyed his staff with a weary look and, taking the newspaper, returned to his office. He needed to think. Early in the morning, a young man who introduced himself as Gavrila Petrovich Vinogradov appeared at the offices of the Heraldic Service for an appointment with Count Zubrov, the head of the service. The young man had put up a tidy sum to secure a direct consultation with the Count, whose name was Nikita Illarionovich. The gist of the matter boiled down to the fact that this young Mr. Vinogradov needed a specialist from the Heraldic Service to certify his blood relations as well as his hereditary magical abilities. Such specialists were called sniffers or headhunters. Their services were used so seldom that few even knew they existed. "Gavrila Petrovich, forgive my curiosity, but how did you become aware that the Heraldic Service might even offer such a service?" Count Zubrov removed his tinted glasses and looked attentively at the young Vinogradov. Where had he come from? If Nikita Illarionovich's memory served him, the princely Vinogradov family had been in decline for several generations and lacked any heirs with strong hereditary powers. The family's cadet branches were impoverished, merging steadily with other families and having no access to the family's main assets. Now, suddenly, this offshoot had appeared out of nowhere. Muscadine's magic in him was sufficient to claim the inheritance of the princely title, but he was in no hurry to do so. Moreover, he now wanted to sift through all the heirs with the help of the sniffers to find someone even stronger. My aunt, may Muscadine and Hades rest her soul, was married to a man who employed the services of your specialists. I understood that this was not an inexpensive request, and satisfied only upon your personal recommendation, so I came to you." The young nobleman pulled out a letter from his jacket pocket, sealed with the Komarin family crest. "This is addressed to you." With a slight feeling of sadness, Nikita Illarionovich examined the sweeping and familiar handwriting of his old friend, who had fought to the end to ensure his family's survival. Breaking the seal, the Count skimmed over the sparse lines, which asked him to assist the lad from the Vinogradov family as an old favor. Count Zubrov was particularly struck by one phrase, which, indeed, was the pith of this recommendation. He could claim the princely title on the strength of his inherited powers alone, but he, like me, cares about the family, and so he will be looking for the strongest candidate to lead it. Help him, as you once helped me. Well then, Count Zubrov raised his eyes from the letter to the petitioner. Our service will help with your problem, but the search may take some time. As it happens, I took the liberty of somewhat accelerating and simplifying this process, the young Vinogradov replied with a polite smile.
A notice will appear in the Friday issue of the Imperial Gazette from your department, inviting all blood members of the Vinogradov family to appear before the heraldic service. Zubrov shuddered at the thought of the crowds that would flood the local offices of his service. Such initiative was worse than sabotage, but Vinogradov went on. I did this so that your people can create a registry of all the volunteers, determine the strength of their powers, and use that to search for the lost offshoots of my family.
In extreme cases, if there are any questions, you may announce that additional instructions to the will of the last Prince Vinogradov have come to light. But he died almost 100 years ago, Count Zubrov protested. Exactly. If in 100 years the family hasn't been able to determine the line of succession, we'll help them. The young Vinogradov winked with a crooked smile. But then, growing serious, he asked, Nikita Illarionovich, I know the rules. Do you want payment in money or as a favor? Count Zubrov examined the young man sitting in front of him. Something wasn't adding up on an intuitive level. The Vinogradovs knew how to weave words like young vines. Gavrila Petrovich was doing the same, but behind this external charm, the Count thought he could detect the predatory grin of a seasoned predator. In this, Vinogradov reminded him of the now deceased Baron Komarin. One thing Zubrov knew for sure. It was better to have such people as friends. Money didn't solve everything in this world. A return favor will do, Gavrila Petrovich. How shall I contact you once we have the results? You only need call me. Vinogradov placed a calling card on the table. It was embossed with an ornament of grape leaves and a commulet code. In the next second, the young man's face became distant. The mask of imperturbability and recklessness slipped off him, revealing anxiety and displeasure. Zubrov didn't understand the reason for the change, but his visitor's face was growing darker and darker. His eyes were filling with blood, yet not in the pupils, as they would normally, but the irises. They shimmered red like ripe cherries in the light. Nikita Illarionovich couldn't possibly know that this change had been brought about by extreme anger in his visitor, who had just been informed of an intrusion into his ancestral lands. After a couple of moments of silence, Vinogradov came to. Taking out an old mechanical pocket watch on her chain, he thoughtfully looked at the time and began to gather his things. Thank you, Nikita Illarionovich, for your time, and I look forward to our future work together. The men shook hands, and Vinogradov swiftly left the heraldic service offices. Chapter 11. Damn it all! How could I forget about Marevo? It was already too late to do anything by the time Spider got through to me and let me know that none other than Count Orlov's personal secretary had appeared at my estate. Frankly, I didn't care about ranks, even if the visitor had been the defense minister himself. Marevo was my territory, and anyone showing up without my permission was more alarming than a red banner to a bull. The uninvited visitor was a nagging thought in my mind, and I knew I needed to go there urgently. I trusted my intuition, and now, with my altered appearance and under Muscadine's cover, the desire to see the guests became simply irresistible. There was still a little less than a week left until the florist's competition. My nightly experiments with the roses had already yielded some preliminary results, but it still wasn't quite right. Mikhail's mother, being a southerner, missed the warmth and lush greenery, so Marevo had its own winter garden and a small greenhouse where Maria recharged her spirits. This gave me a perfect pretext to visit my estate in my new guise. Arseny, I want you to submit an application to enter the International Flower Expo and Florist Competition. I will be submitting a new variety of rose that I have called a surprise for the princess, I instructed my blood-bound valet. I'm leaving for a couple of days. Keep an eye on the ladies. Don't let them out into the city without me,
unless they're disguised with an illusion. I will do as ordered, Your Excellency. You could have told me in person, Tilda grumbled somewhere in the back of my mind. Damn it. Tilda, can you hear us all this time? I clarified the extent of my friend's abilities. No, only what directly concerns me, she replied somewhat guiltily. I understand boundaries. I won't eavesdrop if it bothers you. Boundaries. That's good. Very good.
Matilda was smart and always knew how to maintain the distance in a friendly relationship. If during the first 200 years we still treated each other like brother and sister, over time we naturally drifted apart. She disappeared more and more often into the nether plane, appearing when I needed help closing breaches. Piecing together some facts from my past life, I think I began to understand why she distanced herself from me in recent years. Tilda, I called carefully through our blood link. There's nothing to talk about. My friend cut me off and shut down. I have to go now, but we'll discuss this when I return, I promised mentally. Maybe I shouldn't have. After all, no one likes it when someone pries into their soul. But great blood, how blind I had been. It seems I had to die and be reborn in order to understand the obvious. I guess death is good for clearing the mind. Svetlana Hawthorne was running a forced march exactly like the one their class had started running before the breach that had killed the frogs. This time, the situation was different. Everyone packed their backpacks thoughtfully. Sveta tried to assemble the same kit she had seen Mikhail Komarin carry, suspecting it included everything necessary for the trial that faced her. Running beside her were Frog and Burdock. The girls gritted their teeth and silently kept up with the pace Sveta set. This week had changed them for the better. On one hand, the girls, having broken free of their families, had decided that anonymity would let them indulge in a wild lifestyle. On the other hand, they did not expect that the guys would simply use them without any extra sentiment. Now, their anger and a resurgent sense of self-worth were fueling their growth. Sveta herself had finally rid herself of Medvedev's annoying attention. After taking the oath of secrecy, her wannabe fiancé kept well away from her. And no wonder. He had realized that he had tried to coerce the daughter of the imperial healer and was even being considered by her as a potential suitor. Now Medvedev did everything to make up for his former behavior, for which he had been soundly thrashed. He didn't even seem to care how his former cronies now felt about him. To be fair, the rest of the class was behaving more quietly too. There were fewer squabbles. At long last, everyone was doing what they had come here for. And the instructors, in turn, were pushing them all to the limits of their endurance. The only thing that worried Sveta was Komarin's disappearance. Everyone had returned, except for Misha. Some of the instructors also scrambled their former appearances with illusion artifacts. However, for a good healer, such tricks were always in vain, since any good healer remembered her patients not by their faces, but by the peculiarities of their mana structure. For example, Instructor Spider, who had now taken on a new alias, Instructor Black, had an old injury to the mana channel under his left collarbone. Most likely, at some point, a new channel had been created in order to heal him in the field. Yet the combat healer performing the operation had been sloppy, and the scars remained at the mana-blood boundary. Sveta could identify all 10 instructors by little details like this, despite their altered appearances and new aliases. She could have just as easily identified all her classmates if she had met them out in high society. Despite all this, the only one who concerned Sveta was Komarin and his absence. A week later,
Her father asked Sveta if she could accompany Her Imperial Highness Princess Maria on a social outing. It wasn't the first time, and Sveta would rather have endured another forced march than have to fend off annoying suitors, keep Maria out of trouble, and listen to her complaints about how dull she was.
And yet, this one time, Sveta was glad to go out into society, as it would allow her to contact Uncle Daniel and find out where they had sent Komarin. She didn't believe what Instructor Black, aka Spider, had told her. It was easy for a healer to determine when she was being lied to. All that remained was to confirm her own assumptions. If she was honest with herself, Sveta was interested in a guy for the first time. Komarin's calmness, composure, decisive actions, and unexpected selflessness had all won her over. It's one thing when all the suitors see you as a stepping stone to get closer to the imperial throne, and quite another when they help you simply because they can, without expecting anything in return. Given the aristocratic station she had been born into, true romance was likely out of the question for her. But she did want to make a good friend. Now pushing all superfluous thoughts out of her head, Sveta steadied her breathing, increased her blood flow, and picked up the pace, catching up with the main group. Affections aside, no one had cancelled the hard slog that still stretched interminably before her. I used portal scrolls to reach Marevo, but I didn't jump directly to the estate, instead first traveling to a small village of the same name. There I rented a horse and set off to visit my adopted home. Approaching the estate, I was stopped by operatives from the Eagle's special unit, whom I had seen before. They acted strictly according to protocol, asked about the purpose of my visit, checked my ring, and let me pass. After that, however, things got confusing. Construction crews in unfamiliar uniforms were bustling about my manor, which had been half destroyed in the explosion that killed Agatha. Amid the chaos stood a short, thin man with deep-set button eyes, a narrow, long nose, and a habit of twisting his lips gave him the semblance of a rodent. As I arrived, he was issuing orders in a clear, authoritative voice. The local mosquitoes, my lovely helpers, had already brought me his blood sample. There was, of course, too little of it, a mere drop, but the overall impression was mixed. The man seemed to care about restoring the estate, doing everything precisely, within the budget allocated by the Ministry of Defense, nothing to complain about. And yet a vague feeling that something was off bothered me. This rodent seemed to look upon my estate as if it were his personal property. One could, of course, attribute this to honest diligence. Maybe he was merely going about his assignment as if it concerned him personally. But somehow I didn't think so. As if sensing my intense gaze, the manager turned around and his eyebrows converged over the bridge of his nose in a sign of extreme displeasure. "Who are you, and how did you get onto restricted territory?" His dry tone and the threatening notes in his voice would surely frighten many, but not me. "And a good day to you." I couldn't resist ribbing him for his lack of manners. "My name is Gavrila Petrovich Vinogradov. I am Baron Mikhail Yurievich Komarin's maternal cousin. I came to congratulate him on his birthday. And who are you? How come you are giving orders on another family's lands? I don't see a mosquito ring on you." The man froze with an inscrutable expression. He slowly looked me up and down, lingering on the family signet ring and the earring in my ear. "I am Baron Arkady Ivanovich Krisin, personal secretary to Minister of Defense Count Orlov. In the rightful estate's owner absence, I have been tasked to oversee restoration work on this facility entrusted to me." So that's who this guy is. The defense minister's personal secretary himself.
Of course, I could blindly believe that he's here solely out of duty, but somewhere in the ministry, a rat has been digging under our family for years and has remained unpunished. Accordingly, Baron Crisson, whose name and appearance bore the redolence of a rodent, certainly shouldn't be discounted. "Pleasure to meet you, Baron." I extended my hand for a handshake, which Crisson ignored. "All righty then. Could you tell me where I might find my cousin?" "Unfortunately, he is currently undergoing training at a private boarding school. He will be unavailable for any personal meetings for the next few months." "Yes, indeed. Undergoing training. That's why you'll be surprised tomorrow when they declare me missing." "That's very unfortunate," I said, unfazed. "We had agreed that I would come by to pick up a few buds of Maria Vasilievna's roses. My aunt was a passionate collector of flowers and loved breeding them. I admit I have a similar passion." I flashed a charming smile, playing the role of an amiable ninny. "Since Mikhail is away, I suppose I won't linger. I'll visit my aunt's winter garden and rest up a little. After all, the journey out here isn't a short one." For the first time, Crisson's face betrayed some shades of emotion, the main one being vexation. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his impassive composure. "Why, naturally, Gavrila Petrovich. I won't keep you," he said politely. "And please refrain from disclosing what you've seen here. After all, this facility is now under close departmental supervision." "Of course, I understand completely," I assured Crisson, and headed into the manor. Everywhere I went, I encountered construction workers and engineers. Some of them were consulting old blueprints of the building, trying to recreate its original appearance. It all looked like a full-scale, professional restoration job, but for some reason, the mere presence of strangers on my land infuriated me. I guess it made me sensitive because I felt a chill in my bones as I crossed the ruined threshold of my ancestral home. Trying not to show it, I proceeded to the guest wing, which was more intact compared to the main building. It seemed to me that every room, every corridor, enveloped me in warmth as soon as I stepped inside. It was an unusual impression. I don't remember such an effect when I first entered the house a week ago. Is it possible that the ring provides an additional connection to my ancestral lands in this plane? Or have I completely merged with Mikhail's body at last? I wandered through the rooms, trying not to attract attention. I was irresistibly drawn to one place, and it wasn't the master's quarters. Quite the opposite. Deciding to check my suspicions later, I went to the winter garden to play out my cover story faithfully. In fact, my adopted mom's greenhouse was surprisingly compact, but contained such specimens of flowers that even the imperial gardener would envy her. And it was all because Maria Vinogradova used ingredients from other worlds to do her plant breeding. It was for just such otherworldly flowers that I had now come here. As I dug around the delicate soil, I felt the presence of Crisson's people close to me. They were keeping an eye on me. Although they surveilled me professionally and from a distance, it was hard not to feel the two constant shadows that had latched onto me after my conversation with the secretary. It was also encouraging that, besides all these strangers, a dozen Komarin blood-bound servants were responding to my blood sense. Tracing these connections, I found people of different ages, magical abilities, and genders. Not all of them felt like fighters, but knowing the foresight of the old baron, they were undoubtedly people I could trust. And so it turned out. The Komarin bloodbound continued to serve the family to the best of their modest strengths and abilities. Closer to evening, I finally settled on a couple of rosebuds, from which I planned to create a gift for Her Imperial Highness Maria Petrovna Crechet. And then I unexpectedly received an invitation from Crisson to have dinner with him.
Well, what can I say? I spent the meal's first course in a fog. There was a feeling that my consciousness was observing Misha's personality from the outside. It's hard to explain and even harder to describe. Misha's memory generated memories one after another, many from his childhood, when his large, friendly family sat at that very dining table. Memories of all of them joking together in a blend of dark and military humor. It was funny to me, an otherworlder, but sad for Misha. Too many dear and close people had disappeared from his memories, one after another. The laughter had vanished from the rooms of this house, replaced by anxiety and fears. It was frankly an awful experience to relive this with my new host. All that time, Kristen was trying to engage me in polite conversation, yet I responded only sporadically due to my distraction. I managed to focus on the conversation at hand only when I accidentally caught an angry glint in the eyes of a maidservant attending to us. The elderly woman in a white cap and apron gave Kristen such a hateful look that it gave me chills. A sense of danger washed over me, forcing me to concentrate on the conversation at hand. "Forgive me, Arkady Ivanovich, I was lost in thought. I remembered how 10 years ago we sat here at the same table with my aunt's family." I sighed sorrowfully, not dissimulating at all. "And now only Mikhail and I are left alive from that once happy family." Kristen frowned, nodded understandingly, and finally repeated his question. "I was merely inquiring, out of ignorance, about your relationship to your aunt, Maria Vasilyevna." "Oh, it was not that close of a relationship. I was her second cousin."
My sorrowful smile could have made a hangman's heart melt. But I often came here to visit because we both shared a passion for plant breeding, a gift from the Muscadine family blood. Kristen kept nodding and asking prying questions about my family affairs and life plans. Somehow, he unobtrusively shifted to my family regalia. He was particularly interested in the signet ring and the earring in my ear, which 100 years ago marked the family's principal heir. At this point, I considered dodging his inquiries, but unexpectedly, Muscadine himself came to my rescue. "Tell him you wear these divine artifacts while fulfilling the will of the last legitimate head of the family." I repeated my adopted deity's response verbatim, to which Kristen showed genuine surprise. Is that possible? To voluntarily relinquish one's primacy in a noble lineage? "See, even experienced people are questioning you," Muscadine snorted in my head, still cherishing the idea of getting me into the family. "It's all Muscadine's will. I dare not oppose it." I spread my hands and mentally replied to Muscadine. "Why do you need an oath-breaker in your family? I'll find you strong blood. I'm already looking." But Kristen wouldn't let up. Apparently, the situation I described had jarred him out of his customary worldview. "Well, at least were you offered compensation for fulfilling the will?" "Yes, Arkady Ivanovich, I won't deceive you. A reward was promised, but not of a material nature." I thought about the loaned artifacts and the divine cover. Such perks from a god are precious and can't be measured in money. "Too bad. I feel very sorry for you," Kristen muttered, and waved for the next course of our meal. When it came, the waiter also brought a dusty bottle of wine bearing the Vinogradov family crest. "In honor of your visit, I asked them to honor the guest." The bottle was quickly uncorked. Special glasses were brought for the vintage wine. The elderly maid was practically seething with anger and hatred as she poured the wine into the glasses. And I couldn't ask her directly why, as she simply wouldn't understand who was asking. While I hesitated, watching the maid, Arkady Ivanovich raised his glass and proclaimed a toast. to the revival of the once glorious Vinogradov and Komarin families. May they flourish in the glory of their gods. To Muscadine and Aedes." Our glasses produced a melodious crystal clink, and Krisin was the first to sip the antique wine. But as soon as I brought the glass to my lips, Arkady Ivanovich clutched his throat, began to choke, and turned purple before my eyes.
Chapter 12.
"I need a doctor, now!" I yelled, catching Krisin even as he wavered and collapsed. I relayed my call through the blood link as well, and no sooner had I done so than the maidservant tending to us jumped as if she'd been struck with a jolt of electricity. She gaped at me wide-eyed for a moment, and then immediately fell to her knees. "Forgive me, Your Excellency," she cried through the blood link without moving her lips while pressing her head to the floor. "Forgive me, I meant no harm. This man poses a great danger. I can sense that his spirit is foul." "Silence! You can explain later. Help me lift him," I snapped at the woman, just as the combat healer stormed into the dining room. "What happened? Who's ill?" Spotting Krisin turning blue, the healer quickly moved his hands over the man's body, conducting a rapid diagnosis. "We were having dinner. A bottle of aged wine was served. We each barely took a sip before Arkady Ivanovich collapsed and started gasping for air." I summed up the situation briefly. The healer continued moving his hands over Krisin until the man finally drew a faint, raspy breath. His face gradually returned to its normal shade, and within minutes, the Baron was able to sit up on his own. "This was an attempt on his life," was the first thing out of Orlov's secretary mouth once he recovered. "I won't leave it at this," he hissed. "I'll run everyone here through the mentalists until I find the perfidious creature responsible for this." His eyes had filled with rage, and his purple face flushed with red patches of fury. He scanned the room, searching for the culpable party. Luckily, I'd already dismissed the maidservant mentally. Her guilty demeanor would have only provoked the Baron further, and I would have had no choice but to step in for one of my own. "There! He's the one!" Krisin jabbed a finger in my direction. "He didn't drink the wine. I remember clearly. It's him. He's trying to take possession of his cousin's land, and he saw this opportunity to remove an obstacle." Oh, Krisin's paranoia was blooming gloriously. I'd have to check if the Vinogradovs had any claims to this territory. And yet, even if there were, what did Krisin have to do with it? "Calm down, Arkady Ivanovich," the healer said politely, sipping the wine straight from the bottle. The look in Krisin's eyes was priceless. He was, at minimum, calculating whether he'd be declared an accessory in the healer's murder, or, at maximum, thinking where to bury the healer and me along with him. I was curious to hear the healer's verdict. I had my suspicions about Krisin being allergic to some component in the wine, though it clearly wasn't the grapes. Otherwise, the Baron would have discovered it in his youth, when all nobles begin indulging heavily in drink and debauchery. It was nothing more than an ordinary allergy. "Inconceivable!" Krisin barked, disoriented. "I've been drinking wine since I was a wee lad, and never experienced any side effects." "That's precisely it. You've been drinking wines aged in contemporary casks of English oak. But 70 years ago, the Vinogradov princes could afford to age certain exclusive vintages in French Limousin oak casks. The quality and taste of this wine is quite different. It was that very type of wine you tasted tonight." The healer took a deep whiff from the bottle's neck and shut his eyes in bliss. To be honest, I was intrigued by the healer's depth of knowledge. Apparently, I wasn't the only one with some experience around here. "And where did you learn about Limousin oak and all the rest?" Krisin eyed the healer suspiciously, practically scooting his chair away. "My father visited the Vinogradov ancestral lands down south near Adler when he was young," the healer shrugged.
and he still reminisces about it. I made a mental note to take a trip south in the future.
Who knows? Maybe there were hundreds of illegitimate Vinogradov offspring residing down there. Chrisin, meanwhile, straightened his jacket, seemingly getting a hold of his temper. "Gentlemen, forgive me for the lapse in composure." He inclined his head slightly. "Gavrila Petrovich, thank you for your prompt call for assistance, and you, dear healer, for your efforts to revive me." The healer and I accepted his gratitude and made our exit, but not before I tried that exotic wine myself. The taste was exquisite, so I shamelessly snagged the opened bottle from the table. The Baron wasn't likely to need it, and I could savor the heritage of my ancestors. Peace, however, was out of the question. No sooner had I returned to my quarters and settled in by the fireplace than the wooden wall panel quietly swung open, and in came the same elderly maidservant who'd attended us at dinner. To avoid eavesdroppers, we communicated strictly through the blood link. "Welcome back, Your Excellency. We are so pleased to see you again." "Thank you." I hesitated, searching my memory for her name until it surfaced. "Elena. What was that performance at dinner?" I regarded her sternly, sipping the wine slowly. "Grandfather would have ripped your head off for such theatrics." "You're right about that, Your Excellency. He'd have ripped it right off." Elena smiled dreamily. "But we didn't even expect you to still be alive. When we returned in the morning, per Agatha Petrovna's final orders, half the estate had been leveled, and strangers were roaming around claiming to be from the Ministry of Defense. We cleaned up as best we could and waited for you. Even a death mage was here, sniffing around, trying to revive the killers, but no luck." Elena held up her empty palm before her delighted face. "There was no cleaning up after Agatha Petrovna had done with them." "And the ones in the swamp?" I asked about my own kills.
Did they find them? They did, of course, Elena confessed. That damned death mage even got one of them talking. But they didn't learn anything useful. Then I don't understand what happened at dinner. I fixed her with a strict gaze. The maid even blushed slightly with shame. "Forgive me, Your Honor. Chrisin's got a blackened soul. I couldn't help it," she shrugged. "Oh, he's rebuilding the house and not overstepping much, but he's always looking around, sniffing for something. I couldn't hold back. I knew about his allergy all along, and I didn't mind using the wine to let things take their natural course. That bottle was supposed to be for your birthday. Your mother, Maria Vasilyevna, brought it specifically for her wedding." I looked more closely at the bottle. Nothing special on the outside, just wine. But I mentally thanked Mikhail's mother for the gift. "Elena, I suggest you avoid Chrisin for a while. Better yet, leave the estate entirely," I mused aloud, refilling my glass. "If he does call in a mentalist, even the blood link may not help much." Elena bowed her head in agreement. "Forgive us, Your Excellency, for not recognizing you, and for acting on our own initiative. We couldn't sit idly by as those vultures circled around us," she apologized on behalf of all the blood-bound servants. "You don't resemble yourself. Not with that ring, the earring. These are all Vinogradov regalia, not ours. But when we heard your call, we faltered for a moment. The late Baron and your father could not have summoned us like that. Aedes himself favors you now. We must make an offering to him." "That's right," I responded immediately to her suggestion. "Offerings and rituals should be conducted as a matter of course. Aedes draws strength from them, and that can only benefit us." "Shall we hold the ritual tonight?" Elena looked at me hopefully. "We've already prepared suitable sacrifices." Sacrifices? I was caught off guard. Did people in this enlightened world still practice ritual offerings? "Oh, we don't slaughter sheep, of course, but a voluntary sacrifice can boost my powers nicely," Aedes' voice replied to my question. "Like you drinking blood when you're weak. I can do the same.
All right, I'll try to come out tonight, I promised Elena sincerely. Let's just hope I'm not the main sacrifice. The maidservant withdrew with a silent chuckle. At midnight, I was already following Elena through secret, winding passages. The blood-bound maidservant led me beyond the estate to the heart of the marsh, near the spot where Mikhail and I had dispatched the trio of assassins. I sensed the presence of about 15 people gathered in the marsh. 10 were bound by vows of loyalty to our family. The remaining 5 were not. Elena, how does a sacrificial ritual like this usually unfold? I asked her through the blood link. It varies, Your Excellence. Your grandfather fed a few murderers to the mosquitoes in exchange for supporting their families. And your own father, well, she hesitated, choosing her words. He used to take maidenheads at this spot. With consent, I hope? Only with consent, otherwise it doesn't work. He was handsome, your father. Girls queued up for their turn, she chuckled. Plus, it was a righteous thing, and their parents got dowry money afterward. I weighed both options in my mind, willing to try either, but thought it best to check with Hades first. Which of these is more beneficial and empowering for you? The first option provided more mana, the second a good boost, but more in terms of faith than blood. Both effects were short-lived. What about setting up a mana pool? It seemed like a good idea, though I'd have to see what resources were available. We stepped out into a circular clearing lit dimly by soft torches along its edges.
The blood-bound servants sat apart, quietly exchanging gossip, while the remaining 5 guests looked rather colorful. 2 girls, around 18, dressed in loose white sundresses, clustered together at one end of the clearing. Nearby was a bed of evergreen boughs covered with furs. They fidgeted, adjusting each other's clothes and hair. Not far from them, 3 men of various ages sat on the ground, dressed in rags. 2 were eerily similar, like distant relatives, and the third was a mere youth. With their hands tied behind their backs, they chattered and even placed bets on who would die first. What are they here for? I asked Elena, examining the strangely cheerful prisoners. Those 2 are murderers, and that one's a thief. Has their guilt been established? Justice often bends to the size of one's purse. In simple terms, those who pay up often end up innocent beyond a shadow of doubt. Yes, they confessed, and the mentalists confirmed their veracity. And what was the reason? My question seemed to stump her, so without waiting for a reply, I approached the condemned. At the sight of me, they stood and even bowed. Their cheer faded away as I addressed them. Good evening. Their replies were disjointed. I have one question for each of you. Your honesty will mean everything. The men nodded in